Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to another episode of Downtime in the Hangar, where we talk about all things GBO2 and definitely never tangent.
Not once, ever in our careers.
Never. I'm joined by Gustav the 13th.
Yep.
So, how was your month? There we go. I almost said week again.
Month's been alright. Been picking up on doing deliveries again through DoorDash, Uber Eats and stuff, trying to keep up the months. Besides that, going through Code Fairy pretty solidly. We just got Volume 2 recently, so we finished that up as well. Probably gonna do some hard mode grindage just so I can get that other suit. That we'll probably be talking about at least a little bit later on. But besides that, still going through SRW 30. Actually, I don't know how far I am. It's just been, especially since we're also getting DLC missions that are still being rolled out. So it's been pretty busy on there. We'll probably be on that game for a hot minute. But besides that, kind of stayed home for Thanksgiving this year. Just kind of hung out and did some stuff around the house. What about you?
Well, I can't remember if I would have played SRW 30 then or not. But yeah, SRW 30, that's a thing. Definitely got a lot to catch up on, so that's going to be my game to go back to probably infinitely for the next year or so. Especially with how draining it was to do all the voices and all the shenanigans with that.
Oh yeah.
And kind of have fun there. But definitely more of a draining kind of a stream. But other than that, Tarkov. Lots of Tarkov.
Yeah, I've been seeing you on that. Sometimes even starting in the middle of the morning, sir.
Oh yeah, yeah. So
What the fuck?
Again, that was okay. So my internet went out. So like Monday happened, and I was like, okay, cool. Monday happened. Then Tuesday happened, and it was a thing. So it was morning power outage for a few hours. Then finally that came back. I had a guy coming out anyway, which I forgot about, which I guess that works because I was going to stream that morning then anyway. Because I was like, yeah, let's just do a morning stream to a late stream because my sleep schedule has actually been responsible adult bedtiming for some reason.
Wow.
I don't know how that lined up.
Yeah, it's nice when it does though.
But then well, after like the guy left, which was probably about an hour. I mean, it lined up pretty like back to back. Then all of a sudden, about 30 minutes to an hour later, the internet goes out.
Yay.
So I'm like, well, this is worse. It got worse. So I started calling in, and not too long later, my grandparents called, and as far as where the wires go, it does lead past their house to my house. So I was like, I wonder. And then yeah, they're like, yeah, the entire thing's down in that area, and I'm like, oh, okay. How
The
long?
more
Because
you know.
it's been like 2 hours. So like, how long? How long? And then they're like, I don't really see an ETA. Oh wait. I think this is an ETA. Maybe. So they got like 4 more hours ish, or possibly as early as 8 p.m. And I'm like, oh,
Well, damn.
oh no. So yeah, they took pretty much the full time, and luckily they took the full time. So it was, you know, if I was awake by then, I would have probably streamed some Tarkov. Well, Tarkov now has dailies and weeklies.
Oh god. Did
But
it?
the thing is, they're not like it's the first time I've been excited for dailies because it's actually something that you could really want to do or not care about. Like in the sense, you have to level up the NPCs to trade for better stuff. Well, now it's like for anybody who just buys the base game, compared to the person who spends, you know, like $140, which I think they're having a Black Friday sale now till the end of the weekend or till the end of the week, something like that. Like the that's like $140.
Damn.
So they do take 25% off of that, but and you can upgrade for like, you know, $20 each time roughly, and eventually you get to the main version, which is still like $100 if you buy it just on discount. But the thing is, it is a bit, well, it is pay to win. I'm gonna stop saying the bit word with that. Again, my free to win statement. Raw. Anyway, I'm still pushing
Yeah.
that. But anyway, although this is still, you have to pay to play the game, so I guess free to win doesn't work in this at all. But yeah, so with the whole like storage that you get in Tarkov, it's you just get more storage, you get more like base stuff to start with. The stuff to start off with isn't the big thing, but you know, traders having literally 0.2, which is the equivalent of doing anywhere from 10 to 20 missions for them, which the missions that you do for them could be range from anywhere of like just go do a thing, which is just play the game and escape, to go do these very specific things that are insanely hard, like, you know, have your arm shot out and then you shoot somebody in the face and kill them.
Yeah,
And it's
seeing,
like,
hearing you be like, "Can you just shoot me in the leg?" Like, yeah, hold on. Like, what the fuck?
yeah, like some of that stuff,
Like, they were never gonna be done like organically unless you're just really getting in there.
so like during this though, I actually found a piece of armor, and you know, if I'm lucky, I have more than a million to 2 million rubles at the time, and I found a piece of armor that if it had 1 durability on it, I zeroed it out when I killed the NPC, but if I didn't zero it out and I had it at like anywhere from 1% durability to 49% durability, it would have been 3 million rubles just to sell that. But still getting it out, I still sold it for like 1.8. So that's not bad. Plus the market hit where they charge a fee for putting it on there, because I put it up for 3 million thinking it would sell for that. Well, it turns out if it's at 0, it's considered inoperable. And there's a lot of those on the market. So instead of 3 million, it's still like 1 million to 1.8 million is what they'll sell for. So it turns out I wasted 400,000, so I made a net profit of only like 1.2, but still for one item, let's go. So that was pretty high.
If they're inoperable, can you actually like fix them or like use them for other things? Okay.
Yeah, the only thing is the repair bill for that thing is still like 200, 300,000. Like, it's literally, technically it's like the best armor in the game. You're a walking tank. Like, people have to have the best pinning bullets just to even do damage to you.
Damn.
So yeah, so like, I mean, the armor is walking tank armor. Like, you're like shrapnel bomb squad armor essentially, kind of thing going on. But yeah, so as far as that goes, lots of Tarkov. Played in the morning because I had to do my weekly, which was doing woods 20 times.
Damn.
Yeah, so, which I ended up, you know, winning hard. So now I've got, instead of lucky having 2 million, I have like 8 million now. No big deal. I just played the game. I got good that morning, yeah.
Nice.
But other than that, that's been a lot of things. GBO2 stuff and things as usual. And what else? Monster Hunter World. I tried that out again. That was a thing. Let's see. I checked out Outriders again. They did a big overhaul of the end game. I meant to go back and play it one more time, but the build that I've been wanting to do, I finally got to do. There's a way to have the minigun out and have infinite ammo and not have to run out and run around like a crazy person just to get your thing back. So now it's able to have unlimited ammo if you combo your abilities right, which is cool. That's how it should have been to begin with. A lot more builds actually work. The thing is, the end game, I haven't done the new levels, but they added 4 new levels, and I'm hoping, since they got rid of the timer, which was the big deal, now you can take as long as you need to get done with it. It's hopefully pretty, you know, difficult in some of the newer things. We'll see, but I did the actual final mission where you get the best rewards, where you get to pick a legendary instead of just getting random nonsense. And also, apparently, they've got it weighted to where if you don't have something, you're more likely to get that first, and then once you have everything,
nice.
then you've got chances for everything else. So I was like, okay, that's cool. So until you get one of each, then yeah. My question is though, is if you get rid of something or you break down a garbage one, are you still more likely to get that? Because then it's like you want to keep at least one garbage legendary that you don't want. Otherwise, you're going to keep getting that more likely than anything else.
Now you're just gaming the algorithm, essentially.
Yeah, or it's working against you in that case, one or the other. But yeah, so hopefully they can do more with that, but it's a very good step in the right direction, and there's a full expansion coming out sometime next year.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah.
I mean, hopefully it makes a comeback, because honestly, in terms of news, it's been kind of buried compared to other things, but it's good that they're still supporting it.
Yeah, like it's definitely doing better than the Avengers.
Oops.
Oh, by the way, which got a Spider-Man, and that's it.
Hey.
That's the only thing that's really recent with that is it's dying. It's dying horribly.
And I got Spider-Man.
And it got Spider-Man. You got to play everything over again with Spider-Man. Have fun. There's nothing new. It's just go play Spider-Man. And oh, that's only if you have a PlayStation, I guess.
Oh, it's an exclusive.
Yeah,
oh my god.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Yikes.
So yeah, that game's not. Oh, and also Sony disowned them essentially. Sony was like, yeah, we had a poor choice of company for doing a live service, and I'm like, that's not the problem. The problem is the way it's set up, which maybe you didn't have anything to do with, but I don't. With you making this statement,
Yeah.
I'm pressing some X to doubt on that one.
Nah, he's not gonna have a lot of confidence come out of that one.
Yeah, I think you're throwing them under the bus, and yeah. But anyway, then other than that, I guess Pokemon Unite, been climbing to Master again. I got to Master right the last day of the season.
We might have to just chalk this up to too many games.
Yeah, too many games. But that's pretty much it, I think. Yeah, Path of Exile, something. Anyway, too many games. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into the suit catch-up. So what do we got here first? And the only one you got is the Mark II full armor, right?
No. The only one I got. What do we start with?
Gelgoog Cannon.
Oh, actually, I got that.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm really curious to know exactly how the sniper mode works, because that was the thing I was most confused
That I don't know. I still don't understand that.
10 out of 10.
The only thing I can assume, and this is what people were talking about when we first did it, I don't know if... I'm sure it's been explained more thoroughly at this point, but I think what the takeaway was that you would fuck up somebody's limbs, and when they were like that, you could just stagger them easier in that sniper mode.
Oh, see, I thought it was you do more damage to limbs and stuff while aiming.
So I kind of figured it was at first, but that's kind of neither here nor there, just because of the nature of the suit itself. And by that I mean it's kind of very much so, and at the cost range that it's included in, it kind of struggles. And by kind of I mean it really does. It's a little ornate. The fact that it actually has a cannon that's not a cannon. It's just a fucking bazooka that can fire on the move. Very odd. Nice that it has an extra instance stun at the very least. The arm rockets on it are kind of so, but it's weird to have another suit at that kind of cost range that pretty much just works like a sniper custom in terms of how the rifle functions. Because it actually doesn't stun on neutral, it does stun on charge. And honestly, considering how much beam resistance is up at that cost, it doesn't really feel as devastating, like when it actually hits people.
Yeah, that was my problem with it too, is the damage just didn't feel like it was there. And I mean, some people have been like, yeah, you can break legs, and I'm like, cool. So how does that work? So, I mean, you have it. We can kind of test it and actually go into a game.
Yeah, if you want to mess with it. I just switched accounts, so.
Yeah. So yeah, if you got it, yeah, we could definitely try it just to be like, how does this?
So let's go over that skill again. So I think it's precision sniping. So yeah, sniper mode attacks deal 30% damage, and the recoil on units with damaged parts will be greater.
Okay, so sniper mode in Code Fairy is zooming in. Because I thought they were gonna throw that skill on the Efreet Jaeger, but that wasn't a thing. So
attacking in sniper mode extends cooldowns.
I mean, I guess that's the easiest way to figure it out. Well, you'll have a longer in between shot if you just shoot normally.
Yeah. So if you wanna set up the room, I could just jump in.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Here is the invite. If it'll load, please tell me it didn't bug. I don't have a PS5. I can't just reload the game in like 2 seconds.
Oh shit!
I was playing with Tony.
Do you want me to just set up the room then?
No, I got it. We're good. It didn't break.
Okay.
But I was playing with Tony. I saw he was streaming. So I was like, yeah, you want to play? And then I saw him like swapping accounts and reloading the game in like 10 seconds. I was just like, really?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, it's super smooth.
Like, what? I was like, man, if I have to relog, it takes like 10 minutes. What is this? What is this technology? Wait, what did I just do? I just made it. Oh my gosh.
Wait, what did you do?
I made a 12 person.
Oh.
And I didn't put it on simple. Okay. Round 2. Fight. But yeah, overall, the main problems with the suit is the cost range where it's at and what it has. It feels, again, it's more Gallus K is really the main problem with it.
Yeah.
Like, it feels very Gallus K.
The funny thing is that by comparison, the Gallus K is kind of coming into its own. Like, now that it has
combo rotation.
Now that it has the Gelgug, this new Gelgug has like a foil. It's like, oh, actually, it's not that bad by comparison.
Well, the other thing with this Gelgug is it's the same cost, and just let me double. It is 500, right, for base cost on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's the same cost, and
wait, did you set it to 500 or did you? Because I had the level 2.
I just put it as unrestricted. So
okay.
Yeah. But again, the other problem is at 500 you have things like the Zissa.
Mm-hmm.
Which against like a Gallus K is just law. I'm gonna laugh at you. And you know, with like the Gallus K, for instance, you have the thing like the Heavy Gundam, which is going to throw out.
Well, actually, also
infinite more damage.
Gyaradoga Heavy Arms type comes in at 550 too, so the level 2 has a really tough bid against that. Or this, I was about to say C1, but that actually starts at 600. Nemo 3 still a strong contender. I'm actually a little surprised to see more people bring out the Zekuyans 2 load up by comparison, but yeah, Zissa is probably one of my other picks outside of the heavy.
I still like the MLRS at 550, the Heavy Arms, Palace Athene, and of course Zissa still. I've used Zissa all the way up to 600 even. I'm a fan of that suit. It's my new Dom Barrage.
I mean, TLDR, you're kind of spoiled for choice at this cost, and like, DP Shop hasn't caught up to some of those, but it's also, some of the other choices aren't too bad.
Okay, I'm just gonna bring the MLRS because it has a shield.
The Malurs.
And I should have picked the map. Oops. Luckily, it's simple, so we can spawn anywhere.
At least
And
after
while
the
that's
first
loading-
drop.
Yeah. While that's loading, I'm gonna try to bring everything up real quick. Gotta go fast. There we go. But I will say the one potential that this suit has, or kind of throws in there, is I was curious to see if this would actually revive the sniper playstyle. And there are people definitely trying with it. But you know, I've seen a couple of "You're the best" when that happens.
Oh boy, yeah.
Yeah, there's been a few
Support
of those.
me! You're the best!
Okay, so while I'm trying to bring it up, you can go ahead and shoot the shield and
Hello.
see if when you zoom in. Okay, so that doesn't up it. Did it up your cooldown?
Let me get myself, so bang bang and then... Oh yeah, that's definitely slower. Slightly,
So it's only
but
zoomed in.
noticeably.
Okay, well here, I'll actually pull your end up here and we'll get that on the thing.
Oh god, that doesn't stun us, right? Hold on. So it's got this arm. Yeah, that doesn't stun. Bam.
Ow. You hit me.
It also has a Sturmfoss, and by Sturmfoss I mean Klub.
Oh yeah, and YouTube has you can actually just pull the bar back and then you have to go forward for live. Whoops.
One thing that would have been kind of neat, considering that they let you have this bazooka that fires on the move and stuff like that, is if it had balancer. I don't know if you just wanted to go over the skills after we're done here.
Yeah, we can do that real quick. But yeah, I've got your gameplay up at least, so if you welling on me. But if you wanted to go ahead and do, can you do a full charge while zoomed in?
Yeah. I just hit the shield.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh well, that exploded it. So whoops. Oh, it still has a pretty decent ready up time. Or I mean, it's rather than that, I mean it's actually pretty quick. There we go. Words are hard. I'm actually surprised. I figured if you did a full charge like that. So I wonder if it's just better at breaking legs though, and that's the main thing.
Meet me in the parking lot.
I'm over here. Oh wait, I
That's
guess
not
it put me over here. Close. I got lost. Okay, but I'm.
Why were they like? I can hit your leg, and then
Yeah.
like once. Here's neutral, and then sniper.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's definitely more, and I did not have my end up. Whoops. So you're gonna they're broke, but full charge the shield, and I'm gonna look up the wiki real quick.
Ooh, that's stunned on there.
So it's stunned on the shield, full charge.
Yeah, stunned in and scoped.
Okay.
So your legs are busted? I think that's why.
Hopefully.
Come here. Turn around again so I can hit your shield.
Oh well, they don't full charge.
Well, no, I did full charge because like normally full charge wouldn't stun you, but because your legs are busted, it stunned you through the.
Normally though, without a charge.
No, what I'm saying is that
Oh, okay.
because your legs are busted, like anything that would hit your shield that would normally stun you would still just.
Well, do you knee stun though with a full charge? Is my question.
No, there's no heavy.
Oh, there's no heavy. Okay, gotcha.
It's
so
just
if you break
stun on
legs, then
charge.
you stun. Ah, okay.
So now, essentially, wherever I hit you, if I hit you on a shield, now that your legs are broken, it'll stun you.
Hmm.
Which actually, that makes me a little curious.
That is a heavy.
Oh.
That is a heavy.
Wait, no, because you didn't go on your knee, did you?
Yeah, no, that was a knee. I couldn't move for a hell of a long time.
Hold on a sec. Oof, hold on. Oh, I was kind of hoping that would be enough. Fuck.
Okay, that either. It's just the sniper. Okay. Well, that.
Yeah, because you gotta be in the mode specifically.
That's kind of cool. Oh no, I did the thing and it. Well, I mean, I guess it's showing it on my screen, but I did the thing where if I, for some reason it, I don't. Why is it doing that? Okay, I can't cover it up, but I can minimize our browser sources. Okay, so I can fully minimize this. That's how I had to do this. Okay, so your side was kind of messed up, but yeah, we know what you were doing. We figured out that it was a zoomed in thing. So yeah, it's zoomed in, and you do more damage to parts, and then you get that extra stun. And if you shoot a shield or maneuver armor, it's just a stun. And then if you shoot somebody normally, it's heavy. But it's weird. You gotta break. You have to break legs. So, I still don't.
So it incentivizes you doing your job. Essentially, you're trying to get the legs, and then once you get the legs from range, you can just stun loop them with the charge, or just mash them out with like your bazooka or whatever. Regardless, your 3 rockets in your wrist don't stun consecutively. So don't depend on those to get you out of a tight spot.
But there we go. I got your side up if you want to go through the skills and such.
Okay. I will say one thing for sure is that's nice is that we have another suit that spots. So at the very least, you have a chance to at least plead for your life. And just be like, he's there! Kill him!
Kill the raid.
Take the melees!
I'm just curious how fast you can break a raid's leg. That could be cool. Because it fires pretty quick, just the normal beam. So I guess you just like pew pew pew, just the normal shot, and then you just destroy them with the heavy stun if you can. I mean that feels like a pretty big ask though on a lot of maps. But it seems like the first chance that a sniper could become a sniper again.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if like we're gonna get this on the gunner or something. You know what I'm saying?
That'd be really good.
Please put it on the gunner.
The gunner needs something because it doesn't have the same amount of stuff that even this thing has.
Yeah, that was my thing. I was
the
like,
ground type has pretty much taken the place of the gunner. If you're gonna do it at that cost range. Anyway, so looking at the level 1 here. So 500. Baseline HP is 16,000. Ballistic resistance is 24. Beam resistance is 24. Melee resistance is 0. Range strength is 50. Melee strength is 7. Movement speed 120. Top speed 175. Thruster gauge is 65. And turning speed is 63. In terms of our part slotted here, we're talking close range for 8, medium range 10, and long range 18. On the level 2, that is close range 9, medium range 12, and long range 19. Slight jump for most of it by like a couple points in terms of the health and the other stats.
For the beam rifle 2, that is just a 20% stagger value. Just base.
Beam rifle also has a baseline power of 1470, heat rate is 55, and range is 450. Cooldown time is 1.7. I'm assuming in the mode it's probably like shade down a little bit. Overheat is 18, focus time is 4 seconds. Has a regular Nagi Nada as its melee. Cooldown time between those is 2.5. Giant bazooka out here with 1800. 5 ammo, range is actually 400, so only 50 under. They didn't really cut it short. It's literally just a giant bazooka put on an arm winch or whatever on the pack itself. Sternfoss, unfortunately, is the club. It's just goofy looking ass thing. 1700 ammo is just 1 and range is 400. Missile pod. What's actually the stagger rate on this for the
25.
Eesh.
So
Got 3
75 total.
and it can't stun. 300 range though.
Yeah, 300 is not bad. Is the I think the normal Gogu cannon is only like 250.
Normal Gogu cannon can stun with this shit though.
Yeah. Also, the club and the bazooka are 80% stun values.
And of course, they had the barrel scope, which lets you spot at a range of 750 actually. So you got some good coverage with that.
Yeah, it's the same as the Isaac.
Alright, now in terms of skills, we're talking High Performance Radar 3, High Performance Scope 3, Observational Data Link 1, High Performance Aerospace Gimbal 2, because this does have space preference. Scouting Parallel Processing Device 1, Precision Sniping 1, High Spec AMBAC 2, Special Back and Add-on Buffer 2, Frontline Support System 2, and Precision and Analysis System 1.
So I mean, it's got the low level support problems like that. That's the big problem with this suit. Is it's easy to bully, but it's kind of cool. I really hope that skill gets put on other actual snipers. And
the fact that the prototype beam rifle on this actually has a higher base power.
Oh yeah.
Man. And it gets to pierce.
Wait, does it pierce too?
What? The cannon or the
The cannon, yeah, it pierces.
No.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, I'm just saying the ground type when it fully charges.
Wait, so it's got higher base damage than this thing's beam rifle?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying this was like, oh no.
Yeah, this is 1540. That other one was like 18 or some shit.
Yeah, that's kind of a slight oof. Okay.
So next
we have the full armor Gundam Mark II.
which neither of us have. Fuck.
No, I got it.
Oh, you got it?
But,
okay. Fight me!
Oh,
Fight
man,
me!
really? Okay.
Fight me! I mean, we might as well. For the ones that we have, we might as well do it. So the fin...
Okay.
I don't think either of us have the fin. So we can skip that one and then just go to the next one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the fin... I mean, the fin is the last one to talk about. That thing's just kind of weird and flies around and does crazy things. But... Here, let me go ahead and bring that room up again. The Mark II, man. Feels bad for the Mark II.
I mean, I've seen some people put in work with it, but I feel like that's because they're just used to similar pseudo supports.
I mean, it doesn't have... I mean, it literally has support skill life, right? Like, it has no no defensive layers other than its defense mode. So
It doesn't have aerial control, does it?
I don't think so. I don't think it has that either.
You know what's funny is that in in Super Robot Wars, the full armor actually does a lot of flip dip shit. Like, it's legit just flying most of the time.
Okay, that's kind of hilarious. Okay, here we go. Let me send that invite out again.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll just stay in. We'll have some time between that and the fin, but do you want me to bring anything in particular
Just
against it?
bring a general and we'll actually kind of fight because I think the problem in a 1v1 situation shows exactly problem.
Which level do you have?
I do have the 2, so
600.
Yeah.
Okay.
But again, the biggest problem is like in clan ranked, you definitely could see it. It was you know, you run in and you see one, and you're like, oh, you're in defense. Okay, I'm gonna go. Your teammate's dead. See you, bro. Like that was it. It goes into defense stance. You just leave it alone. It knocks itself over for you. Wowee.
It doesn't even have iframes, so technically you can just have someone else pick at it from very far away, and then it just loses its boost.
I mean, at that point, it's like, yeah, you could have somebody kind of pick at it. So
you know what it makes me think of?
Like,
it makes me think of Smash Brothers. You know, like when you had the block shield in Smash Brothers and you hit it,
exactly,
and then you hear it shatter, and just like, oh god. But in this case, you can't counter and you can't dodge roll, and you're just stuck there having to take it while wiggling slightly.
That's exactly what that is. Oh my gosh. Nailed it.
Now, at the very least, similar to that, the block, I'm pretty sure, is omnidirectional. So,
yes.
Regardless of where you are, you don't have to have your arm bit facing. You can just kind of hit it wherever.
Yep. And you can also, you know, tank an entire artillery barrage.
Or a whoosh.
So that is one of the cool things.
So you can legit just be bait. you're doing what the Night Seeker can't, is essentially what we're trying to say.
Yeah, so this time, yeah, just straight fight. So I have nothing that can, I'm gonna test this.
Do you not have a roll?
Yeah. Nope, no dodge roll, nothing.
Oh,
I am a support.
man.
I am literally just a support.
Oh.
Oh, whoops, swing and a miss.
Grenades don't stun, do they?
I don't think so. Now that, oh, whoop, nope. So yeah, you can act like you're fighting a support, pretty much. And now I'm pretty much dead, so I'm not gonna.
Well, the shitty thing is that fighting a support, kind of like this.
Hang on. Just now, let me see if I can stun you actually with this. I am curious.
Ow. Ow. Oh,
Okay,
so on the
yeah,
last one, so...
It takes all of it. Yeah, and it overheated. No big deal. Okay, let's see if this stuns.
No.
Nope.
No, the grenade's not. Vulcan pod should be pretty strong. It's literally just coming out of the side of your face.
Yeah, it's literally the Vulcan pod for the Mark II, and that's the only stun you got. So you got that's it.
Oh, like form-wise.
Luckily...
Come here, stop moving. Ah, that's interesting. So in SRW, it's not the pod. It's actually just integrated into the head.
Oh,
this is just straight at the pod. Huh.
And luckily, the swing on this is...
The swing is pretty nice. Like, the melee on this is pretty cool.
Yeah. But if you can get a full charge off, and then, well, that... What? Oh, yeah, wait.
Literally... No, the... Well, yeah, it
Oh
does. Yeah, it does. You just wished me. None of those hit me. So because it does it in twos, and because it holds it at a weird angle...
Yeah, you can't...
when you started to move, the animation actually made it so that it swished on either side of me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing that's weird with this. I was like, I knew there was something weird with the full charge, but
that's kind of the weird thing about arm-mounted like weapons too.
Okay, here we go. Let's try this. Like actually,
yeah. So it stuns regardless. Both of them stun individually.
That was ridiculous. Oh, anyway, I will tank you. Haha! I'm tanking you.
How dare you? How could you do this? How could you be so mean to me?
No, now I have no boost.
Oh, I thought you actually let go. I thought you let go and had enough.
No, I'm just kind of making it look a little derpy now, just because I just think this suit. I'm just salty. It should have been.
Oh, my iframes, they mean nothing.
But yeah, I don't know. The suit just doesn't do anything. Like it's kind of garbage. Like You go into that, like, the only thing that I've done that's really cool is I had like 5 people welling on me while I'm just like, yeah, I'm a tank.
Which I mean,
then I like stop just at the last second, tackle, get a counter, and then artillery comes in and finishes everybody off, and I'm like, haha, get wrecked. But like, you know, and so technically I caused 5 kills, but
yeah, but you didn't get them.
Yeah, and that's literally all I. And if they ignore you, then you just get ignored, and you waste half of your thruster gauge doing nothing.
Before you can let go and be like, well, come back.
So, like, suit isn't Garbo. No, it's Garbo, and it should be a frontliner for what it's trying to do, and it's not. It's set up as not a frontliner.
Well, I figure it's more of a pseudo support kind of thing. So 1v1s aren't super prime for this thing defending. It's definitely just more so to run like diversion and then like finishing off certain things after skirmishes have already started.
But like my thing is like when you're coming at me with some I do that, and then then
that was actually pretty good.
Right, so like you could do some reaction stuff like that, but that's literally you're expecting them to do something. So like honestly the best way to run it, whoops, I missed it that time. But like the best way to run it is almost like doing this. Oops, again, reap. Okay, I believe this time actually I don't have enough health, but yeah, getting that blocking the beam or bazooka, like any kind of hit like that,
yeah.
And then when they go
and then
in,
getting in like shit, yeah, because it's a split-second decision at that point. Like, do you back off and try it again and just have them block it again, or do you just go in and try to commit to the melee and hope you can get them before they like try to tackle or whatever? At that point, you're just playing chicken, and then there's also a good chance, like you did before, that the approach might get fucked up because you're doing it straight out of the block, and you'll actually come out at the wrong angle and just whiff, and then you're out of your boost anyway. But that's something that would happen regardless. Like, that's just anticipation and stuff. So I wouldn't really chalk that up to the suit. Well, that's awkward.
I got boost again. Nope, wait, there we go. Oh well. I'll have a full charge this time.
He'll get me now.
Oh,
that didn't. Wait, what? Did only one of those hit me?
No, you still had iframes.
Oh, okay, I thought I ran out. Oops.
No. But yeah, it's cool. It'd be cool if they put that skill on something that would actually get focused down, because as soon as it like goes into that stance, like we just would ignore it and go kill everything else, and then come back and be like, okay, now you got no team, good job.
Your turn.
And then I was playing the Zusa at the time.
Oh
so
god.
I would just be like,
technically you could just leave a cluster bomb at its feet and be like, here, clock's ticking, bitch.
As soon as it did it, I was like, what? Now you gotta stay there or you die. So I pretty much just put in I forced them to use half of their.
In fact, I wonder if incendiary tick down would actually whittle out there.
Yeah, so like I would throw incendiary at it and then like throw a cluster at it, and then while I'm rotating, and then by the time I turn around, I'm like, okay, let's actually now let's 5v4 them because they're down a guy. I mean it was that bad. Like it was, yeah. I guess I could bring up the skills and such.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we got the stagger value. It's 20% for each individual beam shot, which is kind of cool having that number. But wait a minute. Oops. Here we go. There it is. Other than that, you do have the arm grenade launcher, which is definitely not 100%. So, oops. You got the grenade launcher, which is a stun, and then you got an awesome Vulcan pod, which is just the Vulcan pod, which is amazing. So there's that at least.
Yeah.
I like doing that. For the most part, I do run a tank build, but it does have 28, 28, and 20 for its resistances.
Yeah, it's very chunky.
Solid. Yeah, pretty solid resist. 21,000 HP base for level 2. I think it's only 19,000 for level 1. Um, and then as far as skills, you do have Force Injector, melee combo controller. It does have space specialization, so AMBAC 2. And then you have damage control 1, which I guess so it has something kind of maybe, but support problems. I mean, that's literally what the Zusa has. I mean, so yeah. Then you have active guard. That's the skill where you take 70% reduced damage, which is actually crazy. Because I'm assuming that's multiplicative stacking with the resistances. So you get a full 70% reduction, then you take another, like say if it's ballistic, you take another 44% off of whatever's left, which is kind of cool. Decent bit of reduction, so you're not taking much. So at worst with melee, you know, you end up with the build I've got going. You got, what is that, like 67% of 30% of the damage that you get hit by. So that's not bad. Then it's got the shoulder buffer because that's not a shield. Oh, arm equipment buffer rather, so that's not a shield. And those are only 10 and 15. Luckily, it's not that chunky of a suit as far as like the Deja there look pretty big compared to it. So, but again, you can block every kind of stun. So if you just happen to be in bad artillery position, you just shield up.
Yeah.
Worst comes to worst, if you don't think you have time to tackle, you can just do this, and you can go into this mode from moving. What I think they need to do, and this might make the mode too strong in that case, but if they're not going to throw it on like a support or a raid, and they're going to keep it in this kind of style where there's no other skill, and that's the gimmick of the suit, make it to where you can go into it at any time, like while being stunned, you just like activate a defense stance. So like, you got stunned by a beam, then you activate it while they're doing their first melee, so you break the stun, and then you tackle their downswing.
Yeah.
Like, I think that would be kind of cool. Then you actually have some kind of, like, you can do the thing that they were wanting to do, but you're guaranteed, you know, like, you actually scare people away from meleeing you, actually.
Right, and they actually have to, like, pick at you from the outside, and it gives you some breathing space, potentially.
Yeah. So that's what I think. That's where I think they kind of missed the mark with this skill. But
that's another Smash Brothers euphemism, more or less. Just like, hey, hit me if you want. Just turn it into a counter stance.
So if it is on a support though, I think it's fine where it's at, because then you have another extra thing you can do to say a raid approaching you.
That'd be pretty amazing.
Extend your life a little bit. And I wonder if that's why this suit is a little bit.
My thing is if you're gonna do that too, and like keep it faster than the tackle, because there's already a discrepancy between boosting and tackling in terms of how fast they let you do the input out of, like, say, a stun or landing, stuff like that. Especially if you don't have balancer, which means it'll be even slower naturally outside of just the input itself. That's why you see a lot of people do what's essentially like a triangle tackle, where they'll boost first to get out of the animation and cancel it and just get into the tackle. But yeah, as long as it's just something that you can do kind of split second reactive kind of thing. The bigger thing now is just seeing if they do it for other suits at all, let alone just what type.
Oh,
hopefully this doesn't scare them off from like messing with it more.
Oh yeah, like I'm hoping they, again, for me, I'm like, this is a support skill, please put on supports, you know, but of course I'm wanting this on supports because I'm a support player, but still, that's a little beside the point. Let's see, for the weapons though, 650 damage per hit with the beam rifle. It's pretty much balanced damage wise, so that's not too bad. 24 and 20 or 33 for level 2, and the beam sabers, now this is level 2 beam sabers, but level 1 is still 2600, so Yeah, that's some chunky melee damage, and it's ×2, so that's pretty gross. So the damage is actually pretty solid when you get to melee, but again, it's kind of a suit where it's not necessarily frontline focus in that sense. But I don't know. I feel like they want you to melee, but in order to do that, you're more of a follow up.
Yeah.
So you need to be the bait. So you need to frontline yourself for a bait,
And then immediately back up once everyone gets either put on their ass or killed. And then just finish off whatever's left.
Yeah, the downswing whatever's on the ground.
So the weird thing is that to me that makes sense, and that seems what a pseudo support should be. But most pseudo supports so far, you have like the heavy D, or you have like the full armor ground. Especially the full armor ground can do that, and then also be aggressive because it can do its melee, because it also has like balancers and all that shit. So they made them more balanced in this thing, and this thing is actually more pseudo supportish than most actual pseudo supports.
Yeah. The other thing is just having maneuver armor is just huge, because you can prevent stuns that way, which this thing cannot. So
that's very unfortunate.
I mean, there is a few things you can do, of course, though. Like if you have your grenade launcher ready, you can block a stun, then come out of it and stun. That's one thing I was trying to do to you, but I was failing horribly. So you know, obviously with a little bit more practice, you can do a few more things than what I was doing there. But like, it's one of those suits that you need a duo partner, really. If you're gonna play this, you're gonna make this your suit, you play with somebody.
Someone's gotta follow you. Someone's gotta like be with you.
Like,
you can say that about a lot of suits, but this one more so than others.
Yeah.
Like, I would almost say most of the time the block is just a stall. Just until people notice and are like, where'd everybody go? Oh, they're trying to wail on this guy. Get up!
Yeah. But, let's see. Anything else with Mark II?
Mark II, no. Hopefully they touch it up a little bit. Especially, my thing is, before they even do anything else, just make some of the stun thresholds a bit easier for some of the main weapons and whatnot. The fact that you had to pretty much burn through your main gun just to get one, and it's actually just literally 2 bursts and then 1 because it's actually the only thing you can do for the third one. That's kind of rough. It's nice that you had the grenade. The other grenade should probably be a consecutive, because here's the thing. There are other suits that do that, like the Regelgu. You can literally walk forward on somebody in that fucking thing with 3 stuns. Same thing with the Camphor. And it's around that range anyway, so like, it's not unprecedented. It shouldn't have even been a question for this.
Yeah, you're just 50 costs down. That's the other thing. Like, you're literally 50 from the Rigazikai.
That too, yeah.
Like, it has both stagger build up, and then there's the Regelgu, and then and Regelgu is actually at that cost.
Yep. In fact, the Regelgu is gonna be this thing's worst nightmare. Yep. Because it has a bunch of things that can whittle through its block. Like, if it doesn't even want to use up its instant stuns, it can just barf its missiles at it, and maybe give it a good thwack, and it'll be out of most of its boost at that point, I would assume. Again,
the Zusa was hilarious fighting this thing.
Yeah. Literally just putting lava under their feet, like, good luck. Alright, so that leaves a suit that we don't have.
Yeah, so now we have the Jamru Finn. Apparently this was in Double Zeta, and I have no recollection of it still.
I wonder if I can find a screen. Because I don't.
Like, I'm just like, wait, this thing was actually in the show? You sure, you're sure, you're sure? Kind of thing. But apparently it was.
Yeah, like the main illustration looks like it's just from the show in the wiki. Yeah, there's actual screenshots for it.
I guess my brain's just like, nah, this thing looks too crazy. This isn't Gundam.
So it's literally just a high mega cannon with a bunch of limbs and bits from other suits slapped onto it. So its main gun, or the high mega cannon itself, is like dummy thick with output. And they actually kitted it out with a fair amount of other things. Missiles, I think also hand beams. And the dual wield for the melee, the downswing on that thing is ridiculous.
Yeah. So like, so we don't have it, but when you do the downswing, it's like a second delay, but it transforms, and then does like
a barrel roll of death at you.
Barrel roll thing, and you know you've got Scooty suit problems at which direction you're going to go with it, but it does a barrel roll and goes forward kind of crazily, and yeah, it's a support, and it has all the problems of a support and a flying support at that. Luckily, you do get to shoot some stuff while you're in the air pretty effectively. I've seen people do some decent hit and run things, but again, if you get sneezed on in the air, you're gonna fall out of the sky because support flying problems.
I know a lot of suits have gotten away with it, right? C1 has a pretty strong track record despite that, but like in some ways this suit's bigger, even if it's not necessarily as long. It's kind of wider, and especially if you catch it from either below or from above, the surface area just around. It's not sleek, is what I'm trying to say. It's kind of easy to hit, unfortunately. The only spots where you're not necessarily going to be able to line it up pretty well are maybe from the front or like from the sides, just because it's this weird like pancake with like little fingy like wings on either side. It's been interesting though. It's actually been pretty solid in its cost range. People have been messing with it a lot. And it's kind of funny because the movement on the actual frame is so limited, it's kind of hard to tell when it's stunned. Because it barely reacts, because it can't.
Yeah. The transform animation's cool though. Like it's surprisingly a really cool suit, even though it looks goofy there untransformed. Oh yeah, and the beam sabers come out of the hands, like out of its claws. They're like literally just a blade that shoots straight out, which is kind of interesting.
Pretty much what the Cubile is sometimes kind of portrayed to be, even though it has its own sabers. But it's just like, yeah, what's up? Let's get these out of the sleeves here.
But yeah, other than it looking a little ridiculous, untransformed, it feels very like, I don't know, like a little bit Macross kind of style thing.
A little bit like the partial transform. What did he call that mode?
I know in Robotech, I'm guessing it's the same, since they kind of
butchered one for the other.
Yeah, especially in the Macross saga. It's Guardian mode.
Okay.
So.
Also, apparently, there's a version that has the Mega Booster on it, which kind of makes it look more like a plane. We actually didn't get that, though. They just get the regular Goofy. Alright, a stupid thing.
But, I guess the main thing is damage-wise and stuff, and I can pull up the wiki info on it. It's pretty solid. I've seen things do pretty well. I so far haven't lost to it as a rival, but you know that could be user error as far as, you know, the ones I've gone up against. And this is a 500 base cost, another 500 cost, which is interesting.
500 to 5 to 600 has actually had a fair amount of stuff as of late. Definitely starting to accumulate.
That's our third 500 base support. With the Gogu cannon,
like, this month's actually been pretty solid for stuff like that.
Gallus K. I guess when you look at the wiki, it is a little bare when you look down at 550 or 500 support. If you minus 3 of those, the only thing we would have had was the Zommel, the Zusa, Nemo 3, Full Armor Type B, and Proto Stark Jigen. So, and at that point, which viability for these is arguable, but at that point you had the Zusa and the Nemo 3 and the Proto. So, as much as I like the Full Armor Type B, I still don't think it's there. It's definitely been improved, but I'll take it in. It's not a suit that I won't play, but yeah. Also, this thing's a little head that pops up when it untransforms. It's just hilarious.
It's like a little fucking turtle. Because literally it's just like the outer shell, and then like the insides, like the actual like neck and stuff is all exposed, which is kind of cool. Kind of just to sell home the fact that it's very like slapdash in terms of how it's put together.
So
But that's us caught up, pretty much, in terms of the suits before.
Let me do the skills real quick and stuff. Now that I got it up. We got 19,000 and 21,000 health for both levels. And it's got 21, 23 for both ballistic and beam resist. 16 and then 18 melee resist. 39 shooting to 43 shooting, and surprisingly enough, not that much melee damage, even though it's got that crazy downswing. So it's only 11 and 14. Actually, does it have priority 2? No, it does not.
Yeah.
I was like, please give me another support that actually has priority 2. This thing's ridiculous enough to have priority 2. Come on. But no. It does have 70 thrusters, so you got some good fly time, which you can see people actually making use of that. For parts, it's 9, 12, and 15, and then level 2 is 10, 14, and 16. Horizontal melee attack, apparently it does hit with both if you do a horizontal attack, so 50% times 2.
Side note, if anyone has some screenshots or has the jammer friend that can do some screenshots of the weapon stats and all that good stuff, try to put it in one of our discords so that we can start doing some entries for the English wiki, because the page hasn't been set up for that one yet. I just wanted to see if I could bring it up on my end. I was gonna find the JP one.
I've got some stats for it, or I've got some screenshots for it.
Yeah, I'll try to do some entry for that. I'm assuming you're looking at the JP one, but I just wanted to see if it was up on the other one.
No, I mean, I've got some screenshots of the actual suit where somebody got it.
Okay.
So I can link you those. But yeah, I'm looking at the stats up right now on the wiki because it has the stagger values. The palm beam cannons times 2. Looks like it's 4-second cooldown, 25% stagger. I'm guessing that's a straight stun. Let's see, simultaneous firing of 2 shots.
That's actually something we've been seeing more too. Is like these pull shots, or just multiples. And
yeah, this is 900 damage times 2, 70% heat rate. I'm pretty sure this is just straight stun. Because it does say immediate. Some of these will have a thing where it's pretty sure that means it's a stun. Moving shooting is possible. Then the beam sabers, 2,000 and 2,100 for the damage, 4-second cooldown time. Then the high mega cannon, 70% on just a normal shot, and then you can full charge it for 95%. The damage goes from 2,450 to 3,600, so that's a pretty big damage increase. And then 2,600 to 3,820 for the level 2 version. So it has it does pin during focus firing. Stagger value is only 10%, so the stagger value on these normally is nothing. So hopefully that normal shot does stun. Otherwise, that would be a little weak sauce. And hopefully this does stun in both situations. Unless it's just a pin effect for damage.
Might be.
Yeah, this one might not be, because I'm not seeing the word like immediate, so I'm thinking that's yeah, that might be the wording there. 2.5 second fire interval for this though, if you fire the high mega cannon twice. So if you need that burst damage, you can get it out there pretty well. Then it has a small missile launcher that has 20% stagger value, and you can you got 6 missiles, which is nice, so you can get a stun with that. And then you can transform for the small missile launcher, where it has a 5% stagger value, so you can't really do much there. But that's 6 missiles and decent damage, 400, 440 on that one. The small missile launcher, when it's not transformed, is only 225. And then the high mega cannon transformed, so it's a different version. So you've got that so you can do the whole like transform, use up your heat there, untransform, do that. So you're kind of expected to do that kind of for your damage. And that's 1200, but you can do the full charge for what's the charge time at here? Focus time. Okay, normally they have oh wait, no, that's switch time. Firing interval 0.8 seconds, so you can definitely spam it. But your last shot will probably want to be full charged. It does have a 50% heat rate and 100% if you full charge it, but it's probably going to be one of those 1-2, and then I'm not finding a full charge time here. Am I blind? I'm guessing it's short though, or wait, no, that's magnification of the damage. But 3,200 damage compared to 1,200, so it's pretty solid. I'm guessing it's either 1 second to 2.5 seconds, one or the other, because that's been what they've been doing. And I'm just guessing it's not here, because normally they have a focus time on it. Like literally, if I go up here to the high mega, it's 2 point. That's fire interval. Where's the focus time? Yeah, focus time 4.
Okay, that's not bad.
So, well, I mean, what I'm saying is like the transform version. Oh, it does say 4 seconds. Oh no. Okay. Well, if that takes 4 seconds to full charge, then maybe that's all you're doing. At which point, I'm really questioning that. They're definitely gonna lower that.
Oh yeah.
They've lowered that for every support. Like the
bigger thing that we've seen is that people go in just with that stun and then immediately just land and do their downswing, because the transition, like animation wise, is kind of hard to tell, and it almost looks like they just didn't transition at all and just immediately went into their downswing. So
I guess it does pin too, so that maybe that's the idea there. Oh, okay. Time of focusing. Oh, it does have a large stagger. Never mind. It's a heavy. Oh, okay. Well, then it's the same thing as the other methods, the support methods that we got, essentially.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's kind of cool. Okay, if it has a heavy, I didn't know it had a heavy. That changes things a bit. If you got a pin heavy attack, that is pretty legit. For 4 seconds,
like that thing can waste. That thing can waste through your health pretty quick. So.
Okay, I can kind of get behind this thing a lot more now. I didn't know it had a heavy. Like I've just destroyed these things super easy. So I'm guessing it's. I mean, that's the problem with flight suits, especially when it's support. Like it's one of those things. It's like you really have to know what you're doing with it, otherwise it gets pretty ripped real quick. So, okay, I can get behind that. Pretty good. Any other thoughts on it? Like, I'm actually feeling the suit a bit more now.
Obnoxious to deal with. I do want one just to mess with.
Yeah, I actually want one now.
Hopefully, I can grab it sooner rather than later. The big thing is whether or not we have something at that cost range that just immediately trumps it in terms of something just new popping up. We'll have to see, though.
I mean, personally, at that cost, I'm still gonna Zusa all the way. Like Zusa OP. Okay.
Yeah, because you
so-
can just like gut beam it out of the air.
Yeah, you can do that. You can if the like cluster
Sneeze
missiles
on
hit
it.
it.
Yeah.
Like it's okay. The video player broke on that. That's hilarious.
What the fuck?
I went to the Gaz-L and scrolled down. And, like the video player is off the window. I'm like, what in the world's going on?
Whoops.
Okay, but anyway, we got a new Gaz-L. Let's go ahead and get into that.
Yep, the Gaz-L Grau. Another raid here. 550, 600 range. Space preference this time around. Do you want to go through the skills and all that first before we go into a match, or do you want to do it the other way around? Because they're still in the lobby.
It's 550, right?
Yeah, I get the 600 one though.
Okay, you got the 600 one. Do I have the 600 Gaz?
Like just the regular L.
Yeah, I was just gonna bring the regular L.
Okay. So here's the thing. It does have a heavy swing, but it's just because it has the heat lance as an option. It also has something that's essentially just a Gabaldi saber. Unfortunately, it's not a large saber. So both this and the twin beam, or the beam lance itself, are a little bit stumpier than the Gaz, than its cousin, which kind of sucks. So it's just a regular saber versus like a large beam or a hyper saber, whatever they call it in the show. So technically, both the regular saber and then like your main will have more reach than mine, unless I'm using the lance. But of course, the lance only gets one swing and has like a kind of disjointed cooldown time, because the cooldown time on this for the lance is 3.5. Cooldown time for the twin lance is 2.5. So kind of hard to transition between, but you do have the beam rifle to kind of fill in that gap if you really need to. Beam rifle, by the way, actually has two modes, so it's a charging. Base shot actually does instant stun, and then it's another one of those two pulsers when it charges, so it has two shots that's done. 6 ammo on this one. The more unique thing in terms of just basic armament in this case is the shoulder pad, or the shoulder missile pod, which is, speaking of Zissa, is a little bit more like that. So the regular tube missile pod stuns consecutively. I don't remember how many it takes, but the other one is an incendiary mode, so you can actually put a fire dot on somebody. Unfortunately, as I had said before, it is actually a commit stance, so you have to stand still for the pod itself, regardless of the mode.
Oof.
So in some ways, and this is kind of where it's at least a little bit forgivable, right? The Bawu does the same thing. Now the question becomes, how fast is the stancing for this thing compared to the Bawu? Because the Bawu, when it does it, first of all, it comes out of both sides, right? And has to bring up the wings in the back in order to be able to do that. So you have that stance, then they come out, and they actually come out in an array on both sides and then come in on whatever they're trying to fire on. Now, the bigger difference with that, of course, being that the Bawu actually has a lot more range stuff to move into before you do your melee, or before you capitalize on someone else's melee. This, on the other hand, is supposed to be laying into its melee more, especially since you should be headhunting for that heavy stagger if you're, or the heavy swing if you're using the lance itself. So it seems a little weird. It's like a different flow compared to what you would assume this thing would have. But at least you have different options, I guess, is the bigger thing. It's a bit more flexible in that respect than just the regular L. Unless you're just more prone to the shoulder cannons, since of course both of them now, L and R, stun consecutively.
Also, Incendiary also stuns with all 6 hits, so that's kind of cool. And it's 35% though, so 3 hits on non-damage control. The Incendiary one, if they have damage control though, you're not.
It doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Which is a little unfortunate because, especially at 600, you're starting to get more suits that actually rock damage control. So.
Looks like as far as it goes, as far as raid stats normally, on the downswing it has 140%, and instead of for the saber, it's got 80% on the second hit, rather than going down to 50%. But yeah, kind of interesting. At my only concern is that it's cost. I feel like there's already more solid or better. Especially the argument of like, well, it has a heavy attack. I don't really think.
Yeah, you know what else has a heavy attack? The fucking Riggsy.
Yeah. There's that thing exists. That thing is gross in so many ways.
So yeah, it's got some pretty tight competition at this cost. There's a lot of suits that do striker stuff like it does, or that actually has extra weapons that fire on the move, as opposed to having a commit stance like its shoulder pod does. So, of course, when we're talking directly about the Gaz-L, in this case, it does have to commit for the shoulder cannons, but to a certain degree, because it's energy based, even with the stance, those come out faster, and they'll reach their target sooner. So, and of course, if we're talking about the Bawu, then you have the particle cannon, the shield, grenade launcher, and the pod, as well as the beam rifle itself. So. And you actually have a shield that's a shield, because look at this fucking this massive motherfucker that has a thing that's actually a shield on other suits, and that's actually enlarged by comparison, but it actually doesn't count. It's just a buffer. Should we just get into the skills then?
Yeah. I don't know what was just breaking, but something just broke. Like I could have put like, technical difficulties noises on the screen, and that probably would be appropriate. What in the world?
You good now?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I hope it's fine. This is fine.
Oh,
but yeah. I can go ahead and get us started though.
Alright.
Oh yeah, whoops. Oh well. Best part about basic match. Yeah.
You put it in basic? Shit.
Or simple, rather.
Yeah, I was gonna say, anyway. Let me run down the skills real quick. So Assault Booster 2, High Performance Balancer 1, High Spec Ambag 2, Maneuver Armor Level 2, Force Injector 2, Melee Combo Controller 1, actually doesn't have 2. A little unfortunate. Heavy Attack 1, Leg Shock Absorber 2, Anti-Fly Stabilizer 1, Emergency Evasion System 2, High Performance Radar 1, Special Shoulder Buff Armor Buffer 2. So it's got one on both, and they're both level 2. So left and right. And then Flight Control Program level 2. Which, depending on the terrain, may or may not feel like you actually have that. Thankfully, it doesn't have glide structure, so you're not going to be falling super slow if you get nailed out of something. So you don't have to worry about that too much. We can get into the stats and stuff after the match, just because it might take too long. Here we go.
So I figured out what that error was by having my game up over top of where it was trying to record. It was just freaking out. So like it had like a broken screen with random white texture on your gameplay.
Where are you?
Change the channel. I'm walking into a building because I was trying to play off of the other screen. That was weird.
I see. Actually, come here for a sec. Because I wanna see the incendiary. I need to wait for it to reload though. There we go. No stun.
Yeah, sorry, do it again. I moved, you missed one.
Oh my god, what is happening on your phone? There it is.
Yeah. I still got the damage.
Yeah, you did, you bastard. I love how it's still just bonksy with the lance. Like, take that, it's still hot. I'm gonna stab shit.
Oops.
Where'd you try?
Oh no, I haven't dropped yet. And
So yeah, now that we're actually in the match, like, look at this fucking not shield. It takes up the entire side of my... It literally is the shape... Ow.
Oh no, I hit your not shield.
It's literally the shape of the beta shield. Oh god, I ran out of boost. Shit. God, Jesus.
Oh.
Oh, damn.
So the beam rifle, though, you get the charge, which is a stun, right? But the normal shot is 50% build up.
It should be just a stun.
Okay,
Yeah, like, come here. It should be a stun. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't do a lot, but it's still a stun. Now, of course, like most things, the spacing for the actual melee itself is a little rough.
No.
Also, I can just do that, I guess. So when you're relatively close, the travel time doesn't really matter, especially on the main missiles, because it's actually a little bit faster than the incendiary, it seems, or at least it just kind of feels that way.
I noticed those missiles actually.
Yeah, those are a little bit slower.
Fast. So let's line up here. So yeah, get on the other side of the missile there. I'm gonna spawn in at C, and or actually, yeah, this works. Let's
Right
put
around
some
here.
distance. Okay, and this is gonna be a little weird, but I mean, if I have advantage, then that proves my point even further. So I'll just go with 3, 2, 1, go, and start firing on go. So
Alright,
3,
ready?
2, 1, go.
Oh god.
So we stunned each other.
Yeah, so the interesting thing about that is the travel time actually comes to my advantage, because they get fired out first,
Yeah.
and then
So
the
go ahead
travel
and-
for that actually reaches you before you finish yours.
So this time you do the 3, 2, 1, go, and I'll go right as soon as you say go.
You want me to do it with the incendiary, or just because I got to reload the other one?
The other one, because it stuns in 3 hits.
No, John,
Because I think you can stun me before I actually stun you. Because I know the first time we kind of ran into each other, you did that, but I think it was me being bad at aiming.
Okay, let's try it again. So
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Oh. Oops. I was waiting for go.
No, there's no go, just the
Okay,
one.
okay, on one. Okay, on one.
All
My body is ready.
Okay,
Gonna wiggle at you.
3, 2.
Oh.
Are you good?
Yes.
Yes.
My
3,
body is ready.
2, 1.
Yeah. So if you're closer, you actually win that. So for sure, if we were like this close, and I mean, obviously this would be a little weird to be this close, but you would. Oh, my leg. No, you wouldn't kill a person with no legs, would you?
I mean, it's got an Asian. He's dummy. You're a dummy.
But that's kind of cool. I like to see that missiles are traveling effectively compared to beams. Let's go, dude. Hashtag missile gang, let's go.
Missile gang. So, like we were saying before, it's a little bit akin to the Bawu. Like, you can just either take advantage of a different downswing or just do the downswing yourself and then just follow up with those if you just want to, like, bust leg or get some extra input without having to. Because here's something else, especially with the Lance, is that downswing has a lot of, like, height. Oh, shit. Damn it. So there are going to be times when you try to do the downswing, jut yourself forward, and then it's actually not enough. Whee!
Oh, whoop. Oh.
The one thing that does suck, though, unlike the Bawu where it comes out of either side of you, it all comes out of the left. So if you're, like right there, I was trying to fire at you, and it all hit the fucking ramp. So you gotta be a little bit careful positioning wise, especially if you're in like tight corridors or things that have a lot of just extra shit jutting off of them, architecture wise.
So do so you don't have the option for just the normal beam saber, do you?
I do.
Oh, you do?
You want to do another round? Because I can just switch to that.
Nah, I think it should be fine. We can go over the stats on it, and then we can hit the patch notes.
But yeah, like I said before, the saber is not a large saber. It's actually just a regular size one. So don't assume that you're gonna hit crazy ranges or anything. You just regular striker shit. You gotta get a bit closer. Just keep that in mind. So we did the skills. Let's just run down the stats here. Let me bring up.
Okay, never mind. Sorry, you can use the saber in. Oh.
Yeah, the saber is the main weapon.
Oh.
The twin saber is the sub. It's reversed. It's reversed compared to yours.
So you give up your heavy attack if you do that.
Yeah.
I mean, it felt like it was a little bit slower, so you have to lead with its sub weapon, I guess, and then follow up with the lance. That's weird.
It's very similar to the Pixie LA in that regard, right? Because you want that unique downswing. So you're pretty much going to do twin sabers. So you just switch the inputs for the mapping. You just do the sub weapon first, and then you just move into that. In that case, it's more like a dodge combo. With this, that's a little hard to do just because of the, like I said before, the height difference for the downswing on the Gaz. You're more so just headhunting for the heavy if you're really trying to do stuff like that. Or you're just using the beam rifle in between like stuns for the saber and the lance so that you can actually have the cooldown reach where it needs to be. But yeah, here we go. Let me try to... Where are you? So I want to look the level 1.
Also,
so,
we could do, do you have the new pixie suits? Which one do you not have?
I had the LA.
Pixie suits, fairy suits.
Pixie suits, oh my god.
Oh my gosh, I'm still doing it.
I have everything but the Jaeger. I had to switch accounts real quick.
Well, then I can do the... Oh, you got it. Okay. Got it.
But anyway.
I'll go ahead and bring up...
Yeah, let me bring up the... I'll talk about the stats while you're switching, then I'll switch after that. So, 17,500 for the health goes up to 1,900, actually. Or not 1,900, 19,000 for the level 2. Going down the list here, we got ballistic defense is 19, beam defense is 17, melee resistance is 24, range strength is 22, melee strength is 33, movement speed is 135, top speed is 215, thruster gauge is 70, turning speed is 75, which is not too bad. slight increase for all that, of course, to the level 2. The part slottage on this is close is 20, medium is 14, long is 6. Level 2 goes up to 22, 15, and 7. So not too bad. Alright, so I'm going to back out and switch over to Gus then. Do we want to start talking about just like Code Fairy stuff in general now then?
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess we could kind of talk about Code Fairy. I guess this is still... I guess we don't technically have a topic here, but I guess this was kind of catch up.
Well, actually, you had mentioned something before, right? Did you want to reserve that for the other thing we were going to try to do?
Yeah, but I figured we'd talk about the suits as it pertains to GBO2, I guess.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
I guess as far as like Code Fairy is involved, well, I don't know. But I'm just gonna add a topic here: Code Fairy suits, and just add that because technically those are in.
So did you get the Jaeger?
Yeah, I've got everything.
Okay.
Yeah, I did hard mode. It was kind of funny trying to do which this isn't part of the hard mode, but it was the hardest thing on it, which was doing the what was it? The last scenario mission, which is amazing. I did it with the raid thing. What's it called again? Titania. There we go. And I killed all the suits that came at me.
Yeah, that's a solid suit.
The thing is, you got 10% health, so I was like, what kind of mission is this? How many suits are they throwing at you? So if you just try to run, you've got like 20 suits coming at you, and anything one-shots you, pretty much, if you're a raid, for sure. In general, you might get 2 shots off, but then the supports one-shot you. And then as a support, good luck.
Alright, so I'm switched over. Quick PSA, by the way, if you haven't figured it out or just are about to do it. If you want to get your suits in on this end, you're going to have to go over here to the monitor space under the big screen. And there's something that says Code Fairy Link. You hit that, and it'll look for stuff that you've done. In this case, you're completing all the volumes on normal and then completing them on hard. You do the data link. It'll bring up some stuff to collect, and then from there you go to the reward center and just pick it up.
Oh, there you are. I've been waiting for
Pretty simple. Once you do the missions on this end for Code Fairy, you just do the same on a similar thing for Code Fairy itself, but primarily that's how you get the suits and all that.
I'm surprised there hasn't been anything like crossing back over to Code Fairy, but again, it's one of those things like those missions are going to take somebody new to GBO2 a little bit. I don't know. I still have an argument against that. I was like, I feel like that's day one. A lot of that's day one stuff.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they've added any more missions either since those two, so you just get the challenge stuff from the simulator and that's about it.
Well, I think, what is it? You got to get to like, I don't even know if, maybe it's you play 6 ranked games. I don't even know if you have to hit like C- or something. I want to say that there was one of those of the 6.
Let me see if it's on the list. I think it does.
Yeah, it does say on the list if you go to the terminal.
So, exploring the base camp training, deploying 10 times, basic game, acquire 20 mobile suits, deploy 5 times in ace matches, reach C- in ground, and acquire gold premium medal.
Yeah, other than the premium medal, all of that is like day one.
Well, day one, assuming that you just go really hard for the C-, but
yeah, right. I mean, the thing is, that was my day one. I went hard on this game day one, but like, other than the acquire 20 mobile suits, definitely not back in the day. But
a little bit easier nowadays.
Start off with like what, 10, 15 suits or whatever now. So yeah, that's day one for people these days. But anyway, let me go ahead and get that.
Unless you just get a bunch of weapon stuff when you start spitting afterwards. Like, oh man.
Oh my god. I mean, you can just buy most of it with DP though. You get enough DP that you can just, because you get 5 times DP every match for your first 7 days, and XP as well. So you level up crazy fast. Like, it's still ridiculous to think that you can hit, like, in your first week you can get to like sergeant. I'm still like, what?
Fingers crossed that we get another simulator round for the holidays that actually gives us a suit. Because right now it's just all parts. I was gonna say, like, oh, you could also get one from the simulators, but actually not really.
Good work out there.
I think you get DP there too, though. So that's
Yeah,
another
that's
thing you
true.
get done.
The parts are important anyway, so you should still do it.
Oh yeah. Okay, so there's that. Let me go ahead and swap the screens over. I'll be doing the.
So I
I
think
guess
the
we go to
first
the
suit that you
stats.
can get is the Code Fairy Sniper? Zakratu Sniper type? From Helena.
Wait, didn't we already talk about those? Did we talk about those last time?
Think so. We talked about the half cannon for sure. I don't know if we messed around with Helena's. You want to just start at the LA?
Wait, actually, did we? When did it release?
Oh my god.
I'm like, maybe we didn't. I know we had a section for it last time.
We talked about it, but I don't know if we actually had it in there.
Oh no.
You want to just run down it anyway?
I mean, let's go ahead and talk about the LA first. That way, we're definitely covering something new, and I'll double check.
Oh my god. Okay.
I've still got your screen up, so go ahead and start on the LA, and then we'll.
Actually,
So this
now
is
that I'm
going
here,
to normal.
let me
difficulty.
switch these. So yeah, this is the normal one. Starts at 500. Well, it doesn't just start, it's just at 500. We're talking about skill-wise, high performance balancer 1, melee combo controller 2, maneuver armor 2, force injector 2, enhanced tackle 4, not bad, 95 to attack and plus 10 to distance covered. Emergency evasion system 2, so this bitch can roll twice.
That was nice.
Anti-blast stabilizer and assault booster 2. Has just straight up a bazooka, so it has an instant stun to work with. You can actually do not only the scythe of which has the golf swing downswing, which is pretty much just a dodge scoop like we were saying before. But it also has the twin beam spear if you want to just do regular striker stuff. I know Emblem was messing with it and he didn't really like the spacing between it for the dodge kind of combo that it was doing, so he's like, yeah, I'll probably just do the twin beam. The funny thing and the interesting thing is that it has a regular beam gun, adds its sub-weapon, it also has late model Vulcans, not bad. Twin beam sabers actually don't go down a lot in terms of power, it's 2300. So that's actually pretty nice. It's actually technically stronger if you get both of them dug in there than the twin beam spear for a single hit in terms of just raw output. But of course, the scythe actually gets heavy stagger if you do a neutral or side, and then the downswing, the multiplier is apparently like super absurd. Do you actually have that?
On the what?
The downswing for the scythe for the LA.
Oh yeah, I can look that up real quick. Let me bring up the wiki.
So don't make it the way I have it. By the way, I have like literally all the melee on here, and then like a new model frame and a thruster control system. You should probably put a little bit of defense or some health, maybe knock out enhanced melee 1 and 2, or if you really want, just put like 4 and 3 and get rid of the rest so that you have more space. Because we're talking about close range is 20. Medium range is 13 and long range is 3. Now, of course, we can look at the enhancement list for this too. The locked ones on the last one for ADPA actually gives you +5 to melee. And then the first one gives you +1. and it unfortunately, because it's kind of lower, the complex expansion slot not only comes last in the regular upgrades, but it's only level 1, so you're just getting an extra spot to each one. But yeah, pretty cool suit. I've seen a couple of them running around at 500, but not as much as I was kind of expecting. But to be fair, there's also just a lot of other stuff raid-wise at 500, which is absurd, so it's not the most necessary thing in the world.
Also, we did not talk about the other 2 suits. So.
Are we gonna run it back then?
Yeah, we can run it back here in a second. But we'll go ahead and finish the pixie. 250% downswing.
Yeah.
With that
fucking gross.
Side, dude. It's insane. Like the main thing is though is you can't really knock someone down and then do it yourself. It's definitely oh, my teammate's knocking that guy down. Let me ready this up. Here we go.
Actually, you can. You can do it yourself. Yeah.
You can?
It's tight, okay. But much like the dodge, you can do it.
Okay. I'll take it then. I've been trying.
Now the better thing for me is that unlike the dodge, I don't have a risk of fucking scooting in place and just pumping my arm like, ha! I got him. No.
Yeah. This one's a very
you're actually, and you're moving forward. You don't got to worry about that.
Yep. Also, the other stuff with the spear or the saber the saber has the normal decreases for the second and third hit, but if you use the spear, it's 60 and 36 rather than 50 and 25. And I don't know, I like the scoop de whoop, of course, that's definitely my style, but I almost think the striker stuff it can do is still a very valid way to go. I've seen some gross things out of that with the poke and everything.
Like the spear?
Especially being a support player with the spear, I've seen somebody come up, saber me, then spear with the downswing spear on the second hit. They just do a 2-hit spear downswing, and then they do a saber downswing into like a spear hit.
I guess. I mean, my thing is if we're talking about that,
but
then we have you had the Jarja and you had the Striker Custom.
Yeah,
and then the Striker Custom in particular actually does that with 3 weapons, melee-wise, if he really wants to. And then the one that Emblem was talking about, in terms of his preference, I think was the space type. Or just one of the Night Seekers in general. So you got options. But the LA can definitely do it. Not to mention, oh, I forgot, Gaz-L starts at this cost. Oh, shit.
I think my only problem with the suit, honestly, is that
Gaz-L and the Gen 3 close combat.
Oh darn it, that probably broke your stream. Whoops.
Oh, how did you know?
Well, I mean, it broke the video when I tried to show mine. But my problem with it is its stats. Like,
yeah, it's a skinny boy. Let's run down the stats real quick.
Dude. Like, that's my only
so 15,500 for the health, ballistic resistance 14, beam resistance 14, melee resistance is 26. It has no range strength whatsoever. Baseline 55 for the melee, which is pretty fucking good. I mean, I have all the shit on it for the melee, and it puts it up to like 92 without the upgrades included. Movement speed is 130, top speed is 225, thruster gauge is 75, and turning speed is 66. So it's reactive. It can definitely move around. But man, that's kind of why I don't mind the YOLO build, just because no matter what I put on it defense-wise, even if I'm trying to stack a little bit of health like I did with the frame, like that only puts me up to 16,300. So it's all about doing the damage to me at that point. Survivability kind of goes out the window when you're already this, like, frail.
I'm looking for the actual Pixie. I'm going to compare it to the Pixie's health at that point.
Oh, so level 3 Pixie is actually worse.
Oh, I know it is. That's why I had to bring it up, just because of how weak I'm like, whoa.
But
level
it's
Pixie, it's like 400 health. I'm like, what is this? No, it's level 3 Pixie's 13,750 for health.
Yeah.
So I was kind of surprised there, but I mean the thing is, it's not much better, and compared to the other stuff at that cost,
it also doesn't have stealth, so.
Yeah.
The nicer thing about the Pixie at this cost too is that it's a little more simplistic in its combo. Yes, it is a little unfortunate that it has to rock some sort of machine gun for its main, but the daggers, especially at this point, if you actually have the level 3s, you're doing 24-20, and the cooldown time is 2.5, so you can actually get a couple downswings in there just raw with the regular multiplier and do a fair amount, especially if you're stacking some of the parts. So like I have 1 through 4 for the melee on this, because again, it's another one of those things where it's pretty frail, and that brings it up to 69. Nice. Anti-beam armor I put on there just for a little bit of extra when I'm getting pinged trying to move in, and the rest is just maneuvering a little bit of health. Not that you shouldn't build this differently, because I'm not a raid main by any means. Don't take whatever I say about like raid suits with a grain of salt, for sure.
The other thing too with other suits, we have the close combat, for instance, which has a heavy attack.
Also does striker shit.
Sorry, 15,000 health, so about the same, but it has a heavy attack.
And its baseline beam resistance is actually at 24. It's a 15, 24, 15 split.
So you have a little bit less melee, but that's one of his competitors. Now the Night Seeker V has low melee resist at 7%, but it's got stealth, and it's got a shield.
And it's got a heavy stagger with that cable.
Yeah, and
it does striker shit because it's got the daggers as well as the regular saber.
Yeah, and
the shield's a shield.
And the shield's a shield, yeah. And then your other competition, which is one of my favorites to play right now at this cost, the Night Seeker space type.
Space is where it's at, dude. Oh my god.
And not only do you have more health at 16,500, you also have a shield. And, you know, you have all those awesome things of striker.
And the extra priority and a heavy swing.
Like...
I'm actually kind of mad that I don't have the space type level 1.
Oh, actually, it's priority. Night Seeker space is only level 2 priority.
I thought it was 3.
No, it's 2. But if you heavy swing, you got the priority anyway.
Yeah,
because then you have like the Unit 5 is something that doesn't have a shield, that goes around and does crazy things at 17,000 health with 21, 21, 28 for its resist. And so you could just bungo with that, and that thing does crazy melee damage. So it's like, I mean, and then you got the Jarja, not to mention the Jarja, which also has...
I was gonna say, if you just want to play it safe, do the Jarja.
Yeah.
To be honest, because like it's at its base cost here. It's just this 1 and 2. It lines up pretty well, and it not only that, but it actually has a consecutive stun that you can move in with while boosting.
Also, the argument that I've seen, which does kind of make sense, is if you're focused in any of these suits that I named, you're probably dead anyway.
Yeah, raid life.
But, I mean, my problem is as a support main who has a lot of ballistic damage and or beam damage, I can actually kill this thing almost. As a Zusa, I've taken it, if I get that stun off, I've taken one from 100% health down to about 25% before my stun chain ends, and I'm like, okay, you dodge rolled, get shotgun.
That's
okay,
like...
you dodge rolled again, get cluster bombed a second time. Okay, now I'm dumping everything else in. I've knocked you down on the ground, and I'm dumping my missiles in, and I got another shotgun. So either you stun me or you're shotgunned again, and I got one more cluster bomb for you, bro. You know. and then at that point, then I'm like, okay, and now I'm knocking you over, and hopefully you're dead. If not, I'm dead. But
so like
you know,
Nemo 3 might struggle a little bit more by comparison, just because it doesn't have any consecutives. Mudrock can kind of barf its arm rockets at you on top of just having the shoulder cannons ready. I'm trying to think of like other things support wise that can kind of do stuff like that, but I mean detector would be the other one I would assume. It's all instant stun, but
Heavy
still.
Gundam isn't too bad because you can actually deal some damage and break its legs. I've done that with a heavy so far on it. But everything else I've had some problems as far as like being able to deal with it in an effective way or get it down to like half health. Like the heavy Gundam, I broke its legs once and just killed it.
Damn.
But other than that, I've got it down to about 25 to 50% health because I just do damage compared to not, because it's got both. You know, I got some ballistic and I got some beam to throw in there. Whereas like I've fought it in the detector and I got my combo off, and then I had to wait.
Yeah, there's a lot of spacing between
And
those,
so
especially
it
if you
was
burn
like,
through it in the
help,
process.
Team, hello, team. and then I died horribly. But you know, I still got it down to about 50%.
You can always try to take it on in a gun cannon too, we'll be fine.
But that's like your Pixie video that you posted on Twitter, where the Dom Barrage, which also I do agree that the Pixie should have had that Dom Barrage. But still, the fact that you can two combo a Dom Barrage, I mean a Pixie with a Dom Barrage is like.
Yeah, that buff worked fucking wonders for it being able to just foil charges and stuff. Especially on something like the regular Pixie where it doesn't roll either. Like this can roll. That's the other big thing, right? Is that
yeah.
As long as you still have enough boost from the approach, you can get out of that loop and maybe try to reset with your weapons.
Yeah, and that's why I say the Zeus is the only thing that's really effective against it, because you're just like, okay, you dodged, but I got a shotgun or more clusters,
Right,
so
let's get into this.
Yeah. What I was gonna do is I was gonna bring the other new suit out at the same time, and let's knock out two at once. So
Also the Jaeger.
Yeah, so if we want to cover the Jaeger real quick too, I'll go and bring that up on my end, and we can kind of talk about it.
Okay.
Have you got to play with the Jaeger yet at all?
Yes, because I did the normal mode for Code Fairy, so I got to mess with it in there. Pretty cool. One thing that I am surprised about is that the secondary fire on the rifle lets you actually fire on the move. That's one of the first kind of like two-hander like rifles that lets you do that. Now, does it let you do that in GBO2?
Yes, because it's just the anti-air hay gun.
But just in a bigger gun. Okay.
Yeah, it's literally, and that's the other thing. In that, it's 3 shots, I think, for a stun. In GBO2, it's back to 2 shots for a stun.
Nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
so you're actually using the anti-air gun essentially.
Cool.
Is I'm pretty sure damage-wise too. So if not, it's damn well close. So okay, let me bring up my end if I can find the right thing here. Hey, there we go. Okay, so let's see. We have the beam rifle doing, or sorry, not the beam rifle, the sniper rifle, because it is ballistic based. So this is essentially a Sniper 2, GM Sniper 2, that has some extra goodies. It's like a GM Sniper 2 and a Recon Zaku together with an actual melee weapon.
Yeah, with the Zaku chop, which actually I think is around the same as an axe, like because it's almost like a heat, like kukri. It's almost like a heat machete.
Yeah, so like you got 2,000 damage per shot. Actually, I can compare that to because the Sniper 2 is around here somewhere for the. So I mean, it's a.
Where does it start cost wise?
450.
450. Okay.
So the Sniper 2, I mean, obviously it's 400 and it's a support, but okay, you actually have a bit more damage. And the big thing with this gun is it pierces.
Yeah.
You have a projectile round that
ballistic view. Well, that's not a railgun. Right, because technically you could say it for the railgun, but yeah, that's really cool.
Wait, does it? The railgun doesn't pierce though? For the desert?
Yeah, the desert. I'm pretty sure it does.
No, desert doesn't pierce. I wish it did. I'd play the hell out of that thing if it did. and start learning how to snipe.
I mean, regardless of that cost, is still pretty good with the heavy and all that.
Yeah.
So
But the heavy is gross. That's what I'm saying. If you could pierce with a heavy, like, my body is ready, dude. I will do good for that. But yeah, the sniper rifle though, it pierces 2,000 damage, 5 shots, 500-meter range. So you got some good sniping potential there. 3.5-second cooldown. The knife 2,200. So it's pretty much like a heat hawk. Pretty much how it works. You do have melee. No, you don't. You got one swing. No, you do have melee combo. There it is. You got 2 swings. I thought you did. Then you got a shotgun. You got the sawed-off shotgun, which is only 2 shots, but it's a shotgun. So have fun with that. Freestyle. Let's go. Then you have the anti-air gun. It literally does say anti-air next to it, but it works pretty much just like the anti-air gun. You're just like, doo, 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 you know, and you get high stun values with it. Then you have the chaff grenade, which the best part with this grenade is it's the recon Zaku grenade. So it gets rid of it, you know, jams radars and stuff.
it actually does a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, decent amount of damage. Camera gun. Well, actually, at this level, that damage is not so much. Sadly.
Yeah.
This definitely, it's the same one from the Recon Zaku, so it's only
They
900.
just didn't scale it up. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, they didn't scale it up at all.
Time disadvantage will help a little bit, but not too much. But you know, if you're already like kind of embroiled with somebody and you're just waiting for reloads, you try to hopefully it'll put them over on legs or at least jam them so that you can get away for a sec.
And then you do have the camera gun, so you can mark one target, so there's that. Now the crazy thing here, and the big kicker, I guess, well here, let's go over the base stats. And the skills is what's kind of cool for the base game, what they didn't have. So it's got 14,000 health, which is, I think, a little on the weak side for not having a shield, but you're kind of like a sniper. So it's actually set up to be a sniper, and you can definitely sit back with this. It's kind of like if you want to say the best comparison, I guess, would be how they envision the I mean, they even describe the Recon Zaku. It's a higher cost Recon Zaku, or even a lower cost as far as its place in a team is the Dovin Wolf. There we go. I couldn't remember the name. Not gonna lie, I was definitely stalling to remember the Dovin.
Let me just
Yeah. But yeah, the Dovin Wolf, like, sit back with the support. You can defend pretty easy. You got some good damage for the raid. You get the anti-air gun. You got the shotgun. You're definitely going to ruin a raid's day if they walk up on you. And the best part is, well, we'll get to the skill part with that statement after the stats. Suspense time, woohoo. But yeah, 14,000 health. Ballistic is 17. Well, defense is 17, 15, 16. So decently solid. Again, I feel like it's a little weak on the health, but I mean, it is more of a sniping suit, and that's kind of the same thing with like a Dovin Wolf. Its health is pretty low for its cost. Ranged modifier is 25, melee is 20, movement speed is 130, which is actually decently fast for a walking ground. For sniper, I was expecting a little bit slower, honestly. Top speed 190, 75 thrust and 54 turning, 17, 10, and 5 for the part slots. Now that's the thing that kind of got me there. So I've got a lot of melee damage on it with some health. So I don't know, I might get rid of some melee damage and put on more health. So take the new model frame 2 and the new model frame maybe. I've got a little bit of melee resist, but that's about it. I don't know what I'm gonna do for parts, but I definitely want shooting stuff on it. So I got enhanced firing program 4. If I get it fully upgraded, I might do the trick where you do other firing programs, or I might just throw. Oh wait, no, that leaves me with, I can put on the 1, which gives me 12 at that point. Never mind. Yeah, that's what it is. If you have 7, then you can do 3 and 2, which also gives you 12 for essentially the same cost, parts wise, and you don't lose medium slots. But now here's the big thing: skills. It's a stealth boy. We got a stealth sniper.
Nice.
And it has jamming as well, but so you have murderous intent. So never mind.
Wah, wah.
But no, it's actually, you got stealth, so on approach they won't know and then when they get in 200 range of you, then they'll get the jamming on it. And so since it's level 1 jamming, I think the higher the level jamming, the bigger the radius.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember. I can check the Noct real quick because I know that thing has. Here we go. Jamming 2. Yeah, okay, so it gets bigger radius. So the benefit of that is the raid won't know they should be scared as fast.
Right.
So
They had to
they're going
guess
on
what
their
it is
support.
first, essentially.
And then the thing is, then they lose the support as well because you are jamming them. So unless they have anti-jamming, you can just be like, yo, you about to get wrecked.
What happened to those health bars? Oh no.
Yeah. So you can either shotgun the raid, you can anti-air gun the raid, and then you can do some mad damage with the main weapon. So it's pretty cool. So we'll see how that works in a 1v1 situation here in a second.
Real talk, I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any in the wild.
I wonder if it's because I've seen a lot of the Pixie, but I wonder if it's people not wanting to play through hard mode or if it's some people getting stuck on hard mode, because knowing what to expect this time, I definitely braced myself, but there was a couple of times I had to redo hard mode.
Huh.
On the level I think we talked about that was going to be hard, but also
Team's ready. Final prep
There
time.
we go.
the first level was actually, I think the first level was difficult. Oh yeah, that's right. No, it wasn't as bad because they didn't throw in extra of the railgun raids that are complete BS. Like that was the big thing, is the railgun raids were just like instant. Like as soon as you're, that was the thing I didn't like. Just to kind of talk about one thing that happened in it, is the railgun raid was just like as soon as I pulled the trigger with this suit. Oh wait, were you still in the other one then? I think you were still in the other sniper then. But yeah, as soon as you pulled the trigger, you just instantly got stunned before your suit could even shoot to stun them. So then they would just melee you, and I was like, what? And then you stand up, and then your teammates aren't doing anything, so because they're just AI to go forward, and that you're supposed to fight that raid yourself. And then you go to pull the trigger to stun them, and if you're not behind a building, then it just instantly railguns you.
Yeah.
And there's no way you can get away from it, so you just fail the mission, even on normal mode. So
Yeah, I got through it on normal on the first go, but I'm not expecting that for the second one.
Well, luckily, it only puts just one railgun, and it gives you a GM light that you can just bully to death out of existence. So let me go ahead and bring these up. There we go, like that. Wait, which one are... Wait, oh yeah, you're on. Okay, never mind. I need to get back.
Oh, there goes that jamming.
Before I get bullied.
Ah.
Haha! Oh yeah, dude, I actually had... If I was more ready...
Yeah, like you could have just got stunned there. Maybe it wouldn't have gotten for the maneuver armor, but oh shit.
Hey! Hey, okay,
Nope.
you do have to stand still though for this.
Nope.
Never mind.
Oh, it commits? Ah, that's unfortunate.
No. I did.
That's
not notice
unfortunate.
that. Oh man, I wasn't noticing it when I was playing, but I am noticing it now. It's a very quick commit stance, I guess, but it is a
Commit
commit
stance all
thing.
the same. That's unfortunate.
I mean, if you have the drop and you have a support with you, then... Oh, I missed.
Mm.
The shotgun only has 2 shots, though, so as soon as that's out... Oh, you got me with damage.
Ah, fuck, my legs though.
No.
Oh, no, let me up. Let me up, no. Oh,
that commit stance took too much time.
this sucks.
Yeah, let's go. Reap.
Shit.
So yeah, it definitely is a raid bully. I will say that it's got shotgun things. So, but
Yeah, the rough thing is that because he had that roll too, Like, I'm trying to commit for the downswing so I can do the scoop. And it's a little rough going for that.
The enemy's jamming you. Your radar scrambled.
No. Ah!
He just got... Oh.
No!
At that point, there's no point.
Yeah, I was like, oh no, I messed up. I done goofed.
But yeah, it takes that long before I can get in there for the actual downswing. Like, it's enough time if you do the switch out of the boost, and then you just get in there, you just have to be really fast after you land a downswing itself. Which also means that you're blowing a decent amount of boost to position yourself and to just kind of make the approach. Which, even though this does have a decent amount of boost, doesn't have that much. My face.
Wait, did I just stunt? What?
Might have been enough after that other shot that you did it again.
Holy crap. Or does this shotgun have just a stun effect? Oh my gosh, this shotgun has a stun effect. Hang on, real quick, let's test this.
Yeah, hold on.
I'm gonna hit you with like one pellet. Like, I'm gonna get way back here and try to hit you with like
Alright,
one.
like, what's the outside range for this?
Let's see.
Maybe like here?
No.
That seems too close.
It's still pretty close. I mean, it probably spreads.
Yeah, because that got me with like a couple. Hold on.
Okay, yeah.
But some of that went past me. Okay, that's nuts. A little bit.
Okay, so I saw the spread, so I'm gonna kind of put it right here and see if like we, because I think because the way that acted,
do it.
It's reloading. It's got
Jesus. Okay, so that didn't do it, and it did hit me.
Huh. Okay, well then I'm gonna just bury this into your chest and see what happens, and see if I can repeat that.
Nope. That might also be because of the maneuver armor.
Yeah, maybe. That was weird. I got
fuck
one
me.
shotgun stun, and then I got the other stun.
That's the other thing too. You can't get too close with this because one of two things are going to happen. You're either going to whiff like that, or one thing that I've noticed is that you know how some of the stuns for the or some of the hits for the melee sometimes hit shields on the wrong side. It'll do that too. That might have to be what I do, but I ran out of boost. Shit.
I noticed that where this is a sawed-off shotgun, it has a wider range. It feels very
It's a lot like the just regular no fun gun, because the no fun gun at like extreme range actually does have a decent like spread.
Yeah, but I mean it feels more inconsistent. It feels like the Char suit, Suzabi. There we go.
Oh god, like the gut blast.
Yeah.
I mean, gut blast you also do for like the raw output though. I would say,
it
right?
feels like a beam rifle as far as the consistency. Like I've had it shoot a little bit too far to the right or the left with its cluster. But the thing is, in this case, you only need like a couple of pellets, as we just saw, to get that stun off.
Yeah, you got some boost, but it's not super fast, huh?
Oh,
The stupid thing is that while I'm trying to do this scoop, most of the time I'm just having to do dual saber stuff. So it's a good thing I switched the quick buttons for that.
yeah.
Yeah, honestly, like you were saying, this is a lot more advantageous. Like, you're just taking advantage of other people's downswings a lot of the time, but you can set yourself up. It just means that you're either going to do one of two things, right? You're either going to fuck up like that, or you're going to get very close to, if not absolutely blowing through most of your boost to do it. Because you're like doing several steps, right? You're doing the initial stun, then you're doing your probably neutral just because it's faster into the downswing, and then boosting into such a position where you can actually like space it properly. So even though you don't have to fight your own movement because it's not a Scooty suit, might be a little too intimate in some situations to really pull off that smoothly. But it's good. It's good at what it does. It's still very aggressive.
I kind of like the general now a little bit more. Like I played it once and I just kind of like but yeah, I'm definitely liking it.
I can dig it. So that's the Code Fairy stuff in terms of
well-
the more recent stuff for Volume 2.
Yeah, so Volume 1, real quick. The first one I'm
So
going to
now we're
do
going
is
back to 300. 300 for
Yeah.
both.
Which, well, is it 300 and 350?
No, both are... Well, 300 for the half cannon and the sniper type. The Alma Hymo is the bonus suit that you get for the deluxe one. That's 350. And then the Zanny's 200.
Okay, yeah, I was going to talk about the Zanny, and then we can go in with the other two suits. So pick either the half cannon or the ground Saku ground type, and I'll play the other one. But the Zanny. So the whole thing with the Zanny. So I've got it up here.
200 cost. That actually brings out the 180 mil cannon or the missile launcher.
Yeah, don't use missile launcher.
What's wrong with the girl missile launcher? What do you mean?
Don't do it. It's
Shit.
just use the cannon. Use the good weapon.
You can fire it on the move. You can fire it when you're like landing or jumping. Is so versatile.
Back to our discussion about this, like, cannon versus the thing. We laughed at it when it was on the weapons rack, and we were like, yeah, but if the cannon was ever at 200 cost where the sniper is, then the cannon would be completely oh, hey, look, here's the Zanny.
Oh, speak of the devil.
And yeah, that's the crazy thing. The cannon is completely disgusting at this cost. Now, they definitely tried to balance it around that by giving it only 7,000 health.
Oh god.
But you get to delete things. Also, the 100 millimeter machine gun, if I recall correctly, actually stuns in a decent amount of bullets, and it has 40 rounds and shoots either comparable to the normal one or faster. And I'm like, I want this as the normal one. What?
Oh, the MG, yeah.
Yeah, so you got good follow-up if you want to do a cannon into machine gun, kind of like a Saku cannon.
110 on the power, which is a little...
I mean, at that cost, it's still pretty solid.
Oh, yeah.
As far as the rate.
Do you want to fuck around with this in a match?
I mean, we could shoot at each other, yeah. I mean, we could just go in and derp real quick.
Alright.
I mean, other than that, it's a support. It's got support skill things, and that's it. I mean, it's 200 cost.
Yeah, like high performance radar, high performance scope, observational data link, frontline support system, and personnel radar. So I can see infantry. The bigger thing at 200 is that even for a 200 suit, beam resistance and melee resistance 3 and 6, kind of low.
Yeah, it's super squish.
And with the depending on how you try to jack it up in terms of the firing, like if you put a level 3, you're gonna be at 27. You can probably go up a little bit higher than that, depending on what you go with.
I got full damage. I'm embracing the glass cannon. We're going to be glass, and we're going to be cannon, and it does that job very well. Just might be the one support if you ever do an ace match that you don't want to be the ace.
Yeah, kind of don't want the attention still.
Yeah, but you get to delete the ace, whatever it is, because you have a giant cannon that does literally like a fourth of everybody's health, period.
So the funny thing is that the cannon that it should have is actually it's the same cannon that the ball has. It's supposed to just be a converted version of that, but then they were like, you know what? That's stupid. Fuck that. Give it a regular ass gun.
Yeah, and they gave it the weapon rack cannon, which is completely gross for this cost. I mean, that's the thing. Like, the damage output this thing has for a cannon suit is obscene. Like, there actually is a reason to run this thing. So even though it is glass, like, you chunk.
That being said, 200 as a cost for rated, not super common. And it also doesn't get used in clans, which is a little unfortunate, but, you know.
I only got one game on stream with this thing so far.
But it's fun to mess with, that's for sure. Also, just the fact that we actually have the honest-to-God Zanny. Like, we thought it was going to kind of be settled with just a Kamuf. Ow, fuck. Oh, my legs.
Yep, that's... You can pretty much do that to any suit, especially generals.
2106. Ow.
Okay, well, I can tell you got some ballistic defense then, because I'm hitting you for 2059.
Yeah, I got a little bit. No, I didn't get the iframes in time. Just ran into the bullet faster. That's a full exorcist, like, take me!
Time to redeploy. Okay, let's
Thankfully, because of that, that bonus to the, drop rate, you get in, like, fuck off fast.
Oh! Yeah, I just noticed. I looked up and I'm like, hey! Oh, no. You're gonna stop me
Man,
before I
that
stun
took a hot
you.
minute.
It's got a decent stun ratio, though. Oh, yeah, Vulcans are trash. They're super trash.
The fact that it has Vulcans, though, is still really cool. Because this is a cobbled together head. This isn't even necessarily, like, a gym head. This is like them trying to fashion what would essentially, like, be a gym head.
Right?
So I can kind of dig that it has them. Hand grenade's pretty nice, though. Up. Look who's
it's
back.
pretty good, too. Back again. Oh,
And then, of course, you can
Ow.
do that. Ah, you still got me first back.
no!
Whee!
Oh!
Boot.
Das Boot.
Oh, God. Up!
Oh!
Up! Oh, shit.
But yeah, the overall, like, pretty OP amount of damage coming from
And this is us doing neutral damage to each other. Like, that's the other big takeaway, too. Like,
yeah.
if you're slapping, like, Kais or like gyms and shit, ground gyms or whatever, you'll be fighting at like 200. Even just most raids. Like, Gil be doing just fine.
okay, let's give it another go.
Yeah, like, even against raids, you deal some pretty chunky damage, which is pretty awesome. Because, like, I mean, the Ag is more,
Fine, don't worry.
The Ag is gonna be hilarious just because it has to fight itself to get to you anyway.
no. No, 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 no.
Oh God, that was just a grenade.
Yeah, dude, like, it, I mean, for this cost, everything chunks. Like, that's the thing, it's a chunky, damaging suit. Like, it's pretty much got 300 cost weapons in a 200 suit. Like, that's, they just gave it the health to,
Be immediately eradicated if you look at it wrong.
yeah, so,
Which, I mean, that's a fair trade, right? Glass cannon
Careful now.
kind of situation, most supports, especially a low cost, are like that anyway. Because everything kind of dies fast at low cost, just because of the defense and health.
but I'm a fan. I like it. I think it's pretty solid.
Also, it's the fucking Zanny.
Yeah.
It is so ridiculous that we got it. I can dig it.
Come here.
Well, pfft. I was standing still. Oh, shit.
Ah, I missed more bullets. What? How did not?
Oh, man.
Death by tackle.
That's some bullshit. Wing.
Uh-oh.
What happened?
Hit me with one cannon shot, I'm dead.
Okay, let's
Well then.
Aha! Oh, come on. No! Don't! Donate me, bro. Ah, dang it.
Yes. I'm victorious.
But yeah, solid suit, fun suit.
Mhm.
Go have fun at 200. 200's fun. Get in there, people.
That was close.
That's my final thoughts.
Definitely a fun one to mess with. Won't happen too often if you do a lot of rated, but
Here are your rewards.
still pretty fun.
Okay, for 300, do you want to do the raid or do you want to do the general?
Wait, 350 is where the raid starts. The other two are just a general support.
Oh yeah, that's right. We actually got all three.
So there's a sniper type.
Okay.
Yeah, we got all three.
Do we want to go through and actually show them, or do we want to just talk about them and then?
You can just talk about them if you want, because we can show the two that are at the same cost.
And then we can talk. Okay, so let's talk about the raid real quick. I'll go ahead and I'll leave both of our screens up.
Yeah.
But the raid, I feel like it's got a little bit on the low side of health at that cost, but it does have a shotgun. So have fun being a shotgun.
Does a missile pod stun here?
Yes,
Mm-mm.
but it still takes a ton of them, and they do have a good AoE explosion.
Yeah, that's always nice because it's 12 shots.
Solid damage for melee though with the heat sword, and you got a dodge roll, which is nice. You got offensive system, which is nice, and maneuver armor. So it's pretty much got everything you need to get in and.
Oh no, there it is. I was gonna say offense system too, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, and then melee combo controller 1, so you only got 2 swings, but still, you can get in there. You can definitely do the damage. Mainly, it's just got a shotgun, so it's like.
Considering that they put this at 350, I kind of wish they had left the force injector in there though.
Yeah, missing the force injector is kind of awkward. I will say.
Because you got to deal with like a free Nox and shit, doing all that.
So I will say just having the shotgun is cool, but you definitely feel the missed force injector. I never thought I'd say that.
Right, since they usually dunk on it when it's, especially like when it's level 1.
But it definitely can do the damage. It's definitely solid. Personally, I think there's better out there. Like literally, I think the Freak DS kind of does its job better, and it has more health.
Yeah, and it also just has an instant knockdown, which definitely makes up for a lot. Like this is a bit faster, maybe. Top speed 190 versus.
Well, no, it's
185. It's not too. Yeah, it's not that different.
You're faster than an aggro guy, I guess. But then the aggro guy is here at this cost too, which I would.
And then you have the fucking knocked, which is 215.
Yeah. You have the knocked, which is zipping around. You got the GOG, which I like.
The free custom's like 210, and then it has a shit ton of thruster when it pops its mode too. So it's like. Surprisingly, even the Gelgu G is faster at just a flat 200.
And something that I would compare it to, like, as far as, like, tank and stuff to damage, the Proto Gundam is just ridiculous for how much damage it deals, and it's still got more health and
yeah,
pretty much same defense essentially.
Twin Sabers are also like rocking a pretty nasty downswing. 2300 on the baseline for that. Actually, a little bit higher if you want to be cheeky and try to run the javelin at 23. So
I mean, there's definitely better that you can just kind of buy. So if it's like should you get Code Fairy for a suit kind of thing? I mean,
probably not. I definitely haven't seen too many Almas. Maybe 1 or 2. I wouldn't say that they do exceedingly well, but like,
yeah,
you got a no fun gun. You got a consecutive stun on the pod. Rocket 10 finally has another suit that it can be run on, and the heat sword's not too bad.
You delete supports, which is your job. You still can do that, so you can still do your job at least, which is the important thing. As long as you can do that, then any raid is really solid. Because after that, if you die, then
that's kind of it. But like, whatever.
And at least you can shotgun a general and kind of fight back a little bit, which is the nice thing. So that is, if anything, if it has anything on every other suit other than I guess the Efreet DS,
Yeah, no fun gun. Also, just that it's a secondary, right? It's cool, like the DS has to choose between the giant bazooka or the sneeze. This just has essentially both, even though its bazooka is technically a little bit slower.
But I guess the suits that you're probably gonna see more, maybe not the support. I don't know. I'm still conflicted on
Support I haven't seen a lot of. The half cannon is pretty much just embedded at 300 at this point.
So which one do you want to do? Do you want to do the half can or do you want to do the sniper?
You know what? You can pick, because like I know you said you're on the fence about the sniper.
Well, the thing with the sniper, and I guess we can go through the stats real quick on it. 13,000 health, 1612 and 2 for defense, 16 for range damage, 14 for melee, which was kind of funny seeing that. I believe it does have the shoulder charge though. 110 movement, so it's a super slow boy. And 150 speed, 50 turn thrust and 51 turning. 2, 5, and 13. So pretty much you got damage or health to throw on this, and that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
You got the Sturmfaust, which is pretty cool. You got the rapid fire Zaku 2 sniper rifle, which is kind of like the long barrel, except for no ASL.
Yep, they took out the ASL when it has it in Code Fairy, so that's a weird exclusion. I don't know why they did that.
And then you get the same stuff that we kind of talked about on
chaff grenade, camera gun.
Yeah,
that carries over.
At this cost, it definitely does a bit more damage because it's lower, but still having that just base 900 damage still for the same weapon for a 200 cost suit is kind of a little weird that they didn't scale it a little bit. And then again, spot gun, which is cool. Now the main rifle itself is pretty solid, so it's kind of cool. Like, you know, it's an even lower cost version with a projectile. This one does not pierce though.
Yeah, unfortunately, the rapid, because it loses ASL, loses a little bit of its versatility in terms of just being able to deny like raids or things that are charging at you. If you have them coming at you just straight on, you can still do it. But it's kind of hard to travel the icon and keep things on there so that you get all the shots in for the stun.
But as far as skills, scouting parallel processing device, which you can see radar while aiming, and precision analysis system, which is just the if you mark something, you take 3 damage. Other than that, it's just a generic support. It might as well be the Zanny skill-wise.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, and this is at 300 cost, so it's like, yeah, prepare to get bullied if anything gets on you. But
also a little unfortunate that you don't have anti-stealth. You're just gonna have to really rely on that camera. Unlike if you're in, like, say, the rabbit type or something like that.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. There's a lot more suits that have consistent damage at this cost that you're going to be able to rely on.
Including the support half cannon. Ooh.
Yeah. So... I don't know. It's an okay support. If you like the sniper thing, maybe, but you have to really be on point with your rapid sniper rifle gun. Otherwise, it's pretty big oof, sadly. Then we have the half cannon, and pretty much it's a half cannon.
Like I said, that is general, and it has balancer,
and it has a shield,
and it has an axe.
And an axe, yeah. Oh, and the anti-air gun instead of just a...
Which is pretty cool.
Gun. Yeah, the anti-air gun is definitely like...
So you get you get the underslung grenade with that as well.
Yep.
On top of the usual stuff for the half cannon. Slottage isn't too bad. It's 965 down the list for that, so you can put some health. You can get like an enhanced firing program 4 on there if you want. The defense, surprisingly not bad. 11, 8, 11. 8, of course, being beam, so that's a little bit low. 12,000 flat for the health. Range strength is 12, melee strength is 10. Movement speed is 120, top speed is 180, so not super fast, but you wouldn't really expect it to be. Thruster gauge is 60, so you can at least get a little bit of distance out of that. And then the turning speed at 54. The more unique skill on this thing, of course, being the UGS, which is like a sonar that you do when you take a knee, and when you get into or out of certain stances between the knee. So when your unit is operating is crouching, drive UGS into the ground to detect enemy units within radar range and share said info with allies. You can even detect enemies in stealth mode while this skill is in effect. So it technically has its own anti-stealth for a second.
Yeah, and then also, while it's crouched, you don't really need a support. So that's another thing. You can just you can run a full set of generals if you want.
Yeah, just have a pseudo support, grind out the general, and just have them swarm the support. Shit, you can even just take an E, get in there with a Vulcan or like maybe the big guns or missile and get a stun in, and then just start picking at it. So you can do a little bit of both. You can counter snipe, especially if you can play it at the outside ranges, and then hunt your occasional raid when they finally show up.
And then you've got your own stealth with the smoke as well.
Discharger, yep.
So yeah, overall, I like the suit. Yes.
It's definitely found a home at this cost, for sure. So which one do you want to run?
I'll run this.
The half? Okay.
Yeah.
I will take the hit. I mean, run the sniper.
Good luck.
Here we go.
I mean, in this fight, the sniper will probably not be that bad of a...
It's all about... It's just a ticking down on the clock, right? Because, like, I'm pretty slow. Depending on if you actually get your anti-air on me and stuff.
And I can't aim anti-air for anything, so...
Or you can just do the DACA, and you might actually do that before I can stance up.
We're coming up on the target. Get ready to head, everyone.
And away we go!
My body is ready.
So yeah, outside of the occasional spotting of one, and then I gave it the old college try at one point. Haven't really seen the sniper in rated, especially not compared to the cannon. Oh boy. Oh god. No.
I was hoping they kept the dodge roll on this thing, but
yeah, that's another thing. Like, it actually did have the. God damn it! I always hit the stairs in that spot. Fuck. Fuck. Ah. Whoop. What the? Stop that. Like, what are you doing?
I'm waiting for you to cannon me so I can avoid it. That did not work.
So the awkward thing here is that me playing from the very outside doesn't really help me either, because technically you can just play into with DACA. Oh god, I got no legs.
Uh-oh, my controller died. No,
No way.
no.
Why do you not have it plugged in? Like, hold on a second.
Oops.
Is
Well, this.
it... Do you have a cord near you?
Yes. Whoops, that's the wrong one. Well, target.
Repairing unit.
Give me my legs back.
Gotta be repairing. What is this? No.
Oh my god. Come on now.
If I get back in here and I have no legs, I'm gonna be.
What if you get kicked out?
What? Oh no. Will I get kicked?
I mean, if you idle too long, then yeah.
Hey, there we go. Okay,
There you
that's
go.
up. Okay, cool. Let's see. Hey, just get it over with. Put me out of my misery already.
Alright.
Enemy unit down. Need to go.
So one thing for sure about this suit in particular, you're probably going to just want to use your usual sniper spots as well. This doesn't really have any shoulder mounted things, so the clearance on this isn't super great. Most of it is holding either at its center or a little bit lower considering the Sturmfaust itself. So even using like, say, shoulder high cover or whatever can be a little risky in terms of you not being able to like retaliate. Ah shit. Fucking missed.
Pick where and how to redeploy. Okay, let's give it another go.
Ugh.
Light damage.
Ugh.
Don't worry.
Nah. No. No. Oh.
Oh.
There we go. I finally did it. Ah.
There you go.
Now. Still dead though.
Minute left. Finish this strong. We're on even footing now. You've got to be careful.
I think it's funny though that you actually see the ding every time it counts that I'm crouched.
Bust and nurse now, we haven't done that yet.
No, we got a lot to cover once we notice the code fairy things. Whoops.
Enemy mark. Alerting your You're taking some big hits. Careful now.
Ah.
No.
Ow.
So yeah, if I get some elevation here, I at least have a little bit more breathing space. But if I run into you pretty close, I'm gonna be in trouble. So typical stuff.
Time's up. Mission accomplished. See you in your
Overall, not bad. I wouldn't really take this out over, like, maybe different stuff. It all depends on how well I'm landing my shots with the rifle itself. I'd probably be more partial to just doing the actual support half cannon. But that's because I have it. That's because I bought it. So if you don't have that, this might not be a bad choice. Unless you're just more partial to, like, what, like Sniper Custom or something like that. There's definitely a fair amount of other support choices at this cost. Basically, Code Fairy stuff has been fun to play. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's all serviceable. right? Like, definitely not top end meta, but it all works out. Half Cannon, I think, has found the most success out of the lower cost stuff. And then LA is still getting rocked. Maybe once more people get through hard mode, we'll see the Jaeger more often, but I think that wraps it up for us doing the showcases and stuff.
Yeah. Okay, that's Cold Fairy stuff. Now we get on to some tilt things.
Oh lord, here we go.
Ranked mode, man. Ranked mode's back.
It back. It returned.
Yep, we got ranked mode.
It's so cool.
Yeah, it's a thing.
It's your favorite. What do you mean? It's your favorite mode?
I mean, it is, but like, I don't know. Maybe I was hopeful for too much of an overhaul or something, or I don't know what I was expecting. But let me go ahead and bring it up here. But so it's starting on the 1st of December, and is going. That's the entry period anyway. Then the actual match period is from December 3rd to December 5th.
Yeah.
It's
So we should probably explain that a little bit for the entry period. Entry period in this case is essentially whatever your rating is at the point of you hitting the deadline for that entry period, which is the first, right? Is the bracket you're going to be in terms of your rating. So it goes through the actual rating list itself and puts you in a circuit. And there's different reward levels for each one. And then of course, like we were talking before we started, unfortunately, the only one that gets like a top 3 for the suit is actually S rank, which they actually just say S bracket even though it's only S minus right now.
yeah. So we have okay, here we go. The time frame is up on the screen. So what is this? At 7, so 8 in the morning Pacific, because that's 7:59, and then it starts at 6 p.m. on the 3rd. So that'll be interesting. So 6 p.m. on the 3rd, all the way till 7:59 in the morning on the 5th. And each day, well, then we actually got the actual rewards and rules. So here's the rules for it. So it will be a brawl match.
Hell yeah.
So that's the thing I like about it, right? So when I first saw it, I was like, wait a minute, what? So luckily it's a brawl match though. But
Yeah.
as far as the way they've changed how the rules and scoring goes, is it just seemed like they were making a mistake, because they're just like, oh, and every time you get top anything, you also get more points. But yeah, so I guess they're going to turn this into free for all, is what ranked is now.
Pretty much.
So brawl match, you get at 550 cost, you get maximum 1,000 ranked points depending on personal score. So I'm curious it's 5%, so you'd have to actually get like a full 20k, which I don't see that happening, but maybe. Oh wait, no, it is. Actually, you could probably get close to that depending on how derpy the game is that you're in.
Yeah.
It'll be on Tropical Desert, ground, and it's 12-person brawls on Tropical Desert.
Hell yes.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be ridiculous, dude.
550 cost.
Oh, 550 with that, I'm
And the
terrified.
maximum RP is 1,000 depending on personal score.
Yeah. So, and since it is a brawl match, I guess we'll go ahead and cover that change right now. They changed how brawl matches work.
Is that in here, or is it in just the normal update?
It's in the normal update.
Okay.
So, brawl match beginning period. Wait, what? Because fourth rules will be on the brawl matches in order to get used to the previous mentioned adjustments. Be sure to test out the brawl match. So, okay, yeah. So instead of 7 minutes, or instead of 8 minutes for a brawl match, it is now 7 minutes.
Hey.
And if you're, they pretty much put in the supplemental stuff if you are a certain type and you're getting outnumbered. So for me, the one support player in the group of 8 raids that's gonna be in this scenario,
Oh,
which
yeah.
is probably correct, and the other generals, so I don't cry.
Shit.
I get a supplement of 35%, which is fantastic. So it's I guess 5% after for each +1 after 1. So that's really nice. So for instance, the raids where there's 3 generals, each raid will get a 10% bonus, and where there's only 1 support, generals get nothing, which is a first. But yeah, the details on the correction values here: 10% if there's 3 units as far as weak category. Then there you get a defense bonus. So not only do you get a damage bonus, you get a defense bonus supplement as well. So it starts after 2 suits. So and it goes 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, so on. And that starts when there's 3. So in this case, in this same example, with a 35% damage supplement, you also have a oh, actually, I think it works out to be 35 as well. Yeah, it's 35 as well. Okay, never mind. That is the defense one. Oh, damage and defense. Okay, never mind. So that is damage and defense. So it's after 2, rather. Okay, sorry, my bad. So it starts out at just 10%. So if there were 2 generals, the raids would get nothing as well. So, pretty cool. Definitely going to be interesting to see how this is affected, because I'm definitely expecting more of like 5 raids and 5 generals and maybe 2 supports. Those 2 brave individuals. But yeah, really curious to see what happens with this one. I'm not sure whether I'm going to play the Zusa or what, but
I'll probably just do my usual, like 0 Shiki or whatever, see what happens.
no.
Might have to run something a little bit more aggressive.
We'll do the rewards here in a second. So the rest of it is cool. That's just telling how to get into it. If you've done clan matches, you know how to get there. You just go to the extra thing at the bottom and it'll have a nice marker
That's been
saying,
collecting dust for a million years.
right? But so you'll be placed in a category. So if you're in A, you're going to be in A rank. If you're in B, B, C, you know. And then now they just have S- for the S category. And the goal is to be, by the end of that day, at the highest, at rank 1 in your little tiny bracket. Then there's also an overall bracket where you can score even higher. So I'm glad that they didn't. I was afraid that they were going to do, once I saw the S stuff popping up, I was like, they're also going to try to put in a boost for people that are at S to get top overall. But luckily, I don't think they've done that, unless I missed it.
Yeah, I mean, the other bonus is what we mentioned before for S, essentially.
Yeah.
So they had 3 shots to actually get the suit.
So it's the actual rank points that you get is 5% of the personal score, which can go up to 1,000. So if you manage to score a total of 20,000 points, you get 1,000 rank points. Then you get a total of 120 rank points per category that you get top overall. So
Okay, let's give it another go.
in this personal score, damage dealt, assist, mobile suits destroyed, and mobile suits lost. And if you get top in all of those, You get another 600 points on top of that. And then your final ranking, if you got first or second, that's another 400 points. So, I mean, that's literally just winning, essentially, at that point. So if you won either in first or second, you get 400 points, which overall, so that's 2,000 points a game, 6,000 points for a perfect day, essentially. And did they keep the amount of games you were allowed to play? I can't remember now. Ah, okay, yep. So you can sortie 10 times a day. So you got 10 rounds. And it keeps your best 3. So it's just like clan ranked, only if it was limited to only 10 games. So you get the daily 10 sortie limit runs from the this is showing 1 p.m. Pacific, which is normal reset. That's weird. Do they not do daylight savings in this?
That's kind of weird.
It's saying 1 Pacific, which is an hour after normal reset as of right now, to midnight.
I don't know if they're maybe going to do another post beforehand, since it's technically not posted up right now for us to even look at in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if they just didn't do daylight savings for this. Oops. But if you intentionally leave a battle, such as by disconnecting the network connection, the number of possible sorties will be deducted. In addition,
So it still counts, huh?
escalation of penalty levels due to mid-game withdrawals is set higher in ranked match compared to other matches. So I think you actually get a penalty if you leave a ranked match. You instantly get a penalty, level 1. So yeah, there's that. Don't DC.
Don't fuck up. Don't have trash internet. Don't do it.
Yeah, that should be fun. Hopefully it's not exactly one and done, because
I think from what it sounded like, at least from the initial part, is that you just lose that match. So like,
yeah, but I mean it's a higher chance to you lose that match completely, which fair enough. But like the penalty getting escalated would be really awkward if you just got a penalty 1 and couldn't play the rest of that day.
oh god, yeah.
If
So the other thing to keep in mind is that initially, you would also lose or gain rating after the initial bracket.
Yeah.
Now that actually isn't a thing anymore.
Right. Let's see. So then they talk about, scoring the top score or whatever. In whatever you place out of that day from your bracket. Then if you're placed in the top 100, then you have the entire world bracket, which is kind of cool. Then you can get a platinum, gold, silver, or bronze little extra medal thing. It's not a medal, but whatever it is, whatever it's called. I guess we'll go over the rewards right now. I'll go, since I mentioned that, I'll go and pull that up first.
I think it's like its own bonus boost or something, like kind of separate from.
Yeah, so each day your rewards are totaled together as well to add a global ranking. And if you're in the top 30, you get a platinum medal. If you're in the top 60, you get gold. If you're in the top 100, you get silver. And if you're in the top 500, you get bronze. Bronze gives a 5% bonus for container drop rates to yourself. Silver gives a 5% to yourself, but also another 3% to everybody, so it's 8% to yourself technically. Gold is 11% with a 3% to everybody for containers, and platinum is 10% with a 5% bonus to everybody in your lobby for containers. Now the downside with this is this only lasted like a week after rank, so I wish they would have made this a kind of a bigger deal. Like, here you go for like a month or 2 or whatever. Have this, or even till the
At least, yeah, I was gonna say until the next one. Like, in considering when the next one happens, it should just carry to that. That would make more sense to me.
Yeah, and hopefully they do that. I don't see anything on here that they effect for multiple emblems do not stack. Oh yeah, it's emblem. That's what it is. Effect for multiple emblems do not stack. always active effect, and affects all team members upon winning. Let's see, and then the effect stacks with other effects, but multiple emblems do not stack. Platinum emblem effect equals, so 25% as an example. If you got the normal always active 10% with the victory 5%, and then the normal discovery rate of 10%. And then if you combine everything that you possibly get, well, this is a gold medal and an encouragement, that's a 58% chance of a box. And that's all they say. So hopefully they get to the point to where they just keep running these regularly, and you're pretty much placed in the like the top 30 is, you get a total of you get the platinum, and you're good to go.
Yeah. And so, that's always been the real thing about ranked, right? They introduced it, people reeled against it really hard for the first two. They made the adjustment for the third, and then people were still lukewarm about it, and then they just stopped. So we don't really know what it's like to have this be a regular thing.
So I'm hoping the Brawl gets received very well. It's something different. Hopefully that's where it finds a spot. I think that would be really cool. I like Brawl mode myself.
That's something that we talked about before too. Like once Brawl mode was introduced, we're like, well, it might actually be a good one for ranked, since you're fighting against anyone every way. So just getting rid of the team aspect for that kind of competition just makes sense.
Then as far as the operator, we get Neidhart. If you're in the top 10 of your bracket. Then here's where I'm kind of sad. Let's go ahead and just go to the suit, because the DP is cool. I'm kind of starting to get to the point where I'm like, I've got a bunch of DP just lying around, so I'm not necessarily missing DP right now.
Yeah.
But I know for newer players, that's a pretty heavy hit. Or people that have been playing for half a year that still need it, or a year that still need DP.
Yeah, like they're still going through the list or whatever.
Yeah, and it's like, oof. That might be, even A or A plus. Like, get on that grind if you're wanting DP right now.
Do you know what that means?
Oh yeah, right now ranked is super sweat.
I gotta do 20 matches. Because I gotta do it on Ginny too. Fuck.
Well, or you just gotta get 3 really good matches.
I mean, I'm still gonna do them because, it's not like they
play 6 perfect games.
It'll be fine. So I just gotta do six in a day, and it just count. It's fine.
I mean, if you max out at 20,000 personal score and you get the top on everything, then you get 2,000 per game, and then you don't have to play anymore. Because 2,000
just like a regular day.
Yeah, just play perfect, Law.
Fuck.
But yeah, so for the suit, I know you already mentioned it. It's the top 3 for S. In that bracket, the top 3 get the suit.
And it's the only one that fucking does that.
Yeah, luckily in this case, it's just the desert, Zaku desert type.
So, I mean, we say that, but that's because we've had a chance at it. I think we missed out on the DA back in the day, because that's before we started to really get a lot of momentum for the top 100 stuff. But this will be interesting because the DA hasn't been around for a while in terms of it being obtainable, unless you just get really lucky. Is it in the gacha?
I think it's in the gacha at this point.
Okay, yeah, at this point. But I haven't seen a lot of people drop it, so we'll actually see an influx for once. But the weird thing is that the influx is primarily going to come for S- people, because all the other brackets can only have 1 per group or block.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Literally, 1 person out of the 20 is going to get it, and
yeah, I feel like they should have more chances to get it. Like,
I think it should be like top 5, maybe.
Top 5 or top 4. Even just top 3 across the board would be fine. Like the fact that you get essentially punished for not being S while doing this, that's kind of weird, because it's not even like top 2. It's not like they just give you an extra one. It's like, no, there's 3.
I mean, that's how they've always done the ranking stuff, but it's Yeah, it's been a little weird. Like before, it was top 3 for A, and then it was like 2 for B, and I think 2 for C, and then it was like 1 for D. But so kind of interesting how they have that set up. But yeah, the weird 3 and then just straight up 1 1 1 1 is like what? When I saw that, I was like, no.
Also, the jump in DP between A and S is pretty crazy. It was like
Yeah,
100,000 to like 1 million flat. Like,
yeah, literally 20th gets the same as first place in A. That was my other thing. Like that's what I'm saying. If you need DP, like you need to be in S, otherwise you're barely.
well, I mean, to be honest, depending unless you just got really heavy carried and like squatted up with someone who's like on a Smurf account or some shit, like you probably have a lot of DP if you're already doing S shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, or you just got the suit that you need kind of thing, or you're playing your costs. Like, there's, you know. Like,
Well, I mean, at that point, if you're curating, then like that's gonna take even longer because there's just gonna be entire swaths of the day where you're just not doing anything.
Well, yeah, but I mean, still, you can prioritize, 4 hours ahead at least now. So, I mean, that's what I did for a while back in the day before I had parts and stuff. Which now you just buy parts because that's a
Yeah.
thing. So now that whole like argument of being like, well, if you're new, play low cost is not as big of a deal.
Yeah. There's just other things you can do for parts. Do your simulator shit and get some other stuff. Start buying them once you get a couple matches in.
But it is a little weird that literally the last place is the same as first place for A for S.
Mm-hmm.
But for the DP, because that's the other thing. Anybody in S mostly doesn't really need DP. I do agree with that. But there are probably a couple of people that are happy about that.
Well, especially if they're upgrade heavy, right? Like at that point, you're just using it for the hangar.
Well, and that's the other thing. Everybody needs money for the hangar. Like that is the one thing. If I upgraded a few suits, I'd be broken. Like, well, maybe not even a few suits. So fair enough, I guess. At that point, again, I don't mind the S getting good rewards. It's just a little odd that it's so heavily
stacked. It's such a noticeable shot, especially when you're talking about like people at A plus and on the verge of A, like S minus, are just kind of getting shafted despite the struggle for getting through all that.
I would not get any Dom Barrage games at A plus right now. Like nobody's gonna accept anything but meta right now at A plus.
If they didn't notice, they'd probably just downswing you.
Yeah, like it's gonna be the most sweaty, toxic bit of rated we've ever had.
Oh yeah, so this next week is gonna suck. Before, up until entry day is gonna be oof.
Yeah, up until this starts, if you're in A plus, prep for the most sweaty meta only games, or they're gonna downswing you hard. They're probably gonna rage at you more than anything else. Yeah. So I can't wait to have some of that footage on stream.
Now, the other interesting thing about this is that they found their solution for having a reward suit without it interfering with limited suits or other suit drops that they want to do, which is to recycle previous clan suits and give people an individual shot at getting them. A lot of people who are probably in that high A plus 2 S range may or may not already have these from just their clans if they're already doing competitive stuff, which kind of gets into the idea of who is this for?
Yeah.
And
it might be a test.
Well, they've all been tests. That's the problem.
Well, yeah. I feel like they didn't go hard with this, and the suit thing is kind of more of just a.
I feel like that's just like their solution, to be honest, because like they have a lot of variants that they could maybe do, but if they dig too deep or if they do this in a pretty consistent like schedule, they're gonna need some spacing. It also depends.
That makes sense. Yeah. Like if they actually do keep this consistent in some kind of level, like just rehashing clan rank suits would make sense.
I feel like that was the issue that they had early on. Was like, even if this was successful, like, how many suits is that going to take away? But the other thing about this game, and I kind of wonder if they really are, like, year to year, right? In terms of, like, them getting support, or them having, like, another year's worth of, like, content and stuff to do. Like, were they really even intending to get into, like, a year 3, let alone a year 4? I always look towards Gundam Online and the fact that it's still fucking going. But that seems like an oddity, since it is like a PC-only title in a world that doesn't have Gundam Evolution yet.
Yeah.
So, who knows what'll happen when that happens, or when that drops.
But yeah, we'll go into the rest of the patch notes as soon as I get back. The dog needs out, so I'll be right back. You gotta go.
So how's everybody doing? Trying to get my space stuff done while we're doing this. That last match was fucking brutal, by the way. Oh my god. Not that this one's much better. But yeah, the bigger thing for me in terms of all that we were talking about is whether or not people really warm up to this, and if they do, then yeah, this next week's going to be very sweaty and very rough. Especially as we get closer into holidays and people start taking like PTO or just time off to do like family stuff. You're gonna see not only the sweat lords, but a bunch of goobers who probably haven't played in like a billion years start mixing in.
Oh yeah. That's what I feel like this rank thing is going to be too.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a big gotcha, and just in terms of like what your block looks like.
But yeah, okay, so that's the clan ranked stuff, or not clan ranked, the actual ranked stuff. Haha. Real quick, let's go over this other kind of announcement stuff they have here. I'm curious what one of these things actually means. But then we'll go over them talking about how they're going to ban people harder again.
Yeah. They constantly keep putting these ominous posts out, and it's just like there's no visibility for this, so like you just kind of have to take their word for it.
I mean, you could kind of tell when people get like, like the, well, as far as like the disconnect stuff, they're definitely making that tighter. I'm curious what this one says, but
they get yelled at it after every post, right? Like,
right, yeah.
Like, what about my boo-boo connection? Your network is so bad. It's not my fault. And some of that is true, because we've had recently,
Yep.
like a lot of network hiccups and like PSN going down because they were doing that maintenance on the JP side.
But yeah, so apparently they're changing when update hits or something. So every week, currently, it's Thursday at 10 p.m. Pacific, which was not true because it's an hour before, but anyway. And then after the change, it's saying that it's going to be 9:30 p.m. Pacific. So I guess update's going to be 30 minutes earlier than it has been.
Which is a little strange. I hope that they...
Wait a minute. Oh.
What?
Is this, maybe that's what this is saying. After this change, requesting supply drops will be disabled from the end of the campaign at 9:30.
Oh, so like that all gets rolled
Until
out
the next.
sooner.
Yeah.
Okay. That's kind of weird that they would make that earlier just for that. So you have less time to spin, I guess?
Maybe that's what it's saying, that you just have 30 minutes less to spin, and...
I mean, either way, that's both are bad, and that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's been an issue for their updates, and maybe that's why they fuck up sometimes.
Yeah, I wonder if... yeah, that's what I was thinking. Supply drops below will be affected by the statement above. Supply drops that can be obtained during the tutorial when starting GBO2 for the first time, 72-hour limited step up, and special supply drops obtainable during the GBO days. Okay, so I guess we'll have to just wait till next week to see what happens. Mainly, to confirm this exactly. Unless this, no? Yeah? Unless this happened yesterday.
I don't know. I didn't notice because I wasn't like spinning at the last second, so.
But it did update at the normal midnight, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It needed us out at midnight and all that, so that didn't change.
Yeah, because the weird thing is the wording at the top, it says supply drop beginning period has changed, and I'm like, that's update. But then down here at the bottom, it's talking about requesting a supply drop will end. And I'm like, which one is it? This is probably bad translation in some way.
Probably.
So, yeah. So, whoops. Okay, well, whatever that means. So either, yeah, we'll definitely find out next week because technically it's already started for this new thing. After today, it's the start period. The next thing they're talking about, the new system reporting has already sent warnings. Okay, we've read. Okay.
Yeah, I mean they send that every time.
All pilots' cooperation is crucial for online, and we will continue to warn. Cool.
Yeah, so
And
they're
then
essentially
if you
encouraging more
false
people
report-
to report and shit.
Okay, so this is just. By the way, report people, but don't false report or we'll destroy you as well. Cool. Then brawl matches have changed. We kind of covered that with the ranks. Then we have the buffs and nerfs, which we'll get into here in a second. Oh no, I see what it is. The premium metal, dude. Oh, I want it so bad. I am slight sad face right now. Oh man. Okay. So the first section of the month is the Hyakushiki full armor. Level 1. I want it. But yeah, that's a really good suit. Can recommend. I don't have it. I want it. It's good. But yeah, that's a good one for the first section. Then they have the close combat, GM, and then the beer launch. Just the normal beer launch though. So, the normal beer launch is the potential free one if you get enough tickets and such. So that's the premium stuff and things. Then we have, I guess, let's skip over to this real quick. The normal suit, the green one's back. So I guess I could have gotten another chance at it, but I didn't hold my breath.
Yeah, I nailed it
wouldn't have
for.
spun on this thing, really.
I nailed it for Ginny, so that was pretty cool to get.
C1 has a 700 cost now, which is kind of cool. Surprised they didn't throw that up as a extra banner. But definitely a nice suit. I think it'll do pretty well at 700. The ticket shop stuff. Speaking of the C1, it is in the ticket shop. Level 1 and 2. Go get the level 1, and maybe the level 2 even. Is good. It's really good.
It's pretty fun.
Like, it is maybe still the best 600 we've got for support, and definitely one of the best at 650. If not still at the top. I can't remember if HML has kind of surpassed it, I guess, as the better flyer, but yeah. Really cool. Other than that, they have the gun cannon heavy Type D level 3. Sadly, in my opinion, I think that's still too, at that point it's level scale problems. Definitely don't get the Pixie level 5.
As what you mean is top tier? Best raid.
And then also don't get the Slave Wraith level 3.
That one's fine too.
No, it's too low. But yeah, that's the ticket shop stuff. Anything to add to that?
No, I mean, there's a lot of hits and misses in there for sure. Like, joking aside, don't get those. Don't get the...
Yeah, especially for the ticket cost.
a little too expensive.
DP store got something really cool with the Barzam level 1 and 2. You play a lot of that. I'll let you cover that one.
Yeah, I mean, Barzan's pretty solid. I am a sucker for the BR myself. Also has the Mark II weapons on it, so you can rock the bazookas or the rifle. Vulcan pod, pretty solid. Has a lot of maneuverability. The melee isn't super crazy, but it is pretty concise, and it has a decent amount of reach just because of its weird-ass arms. But, yeah, if you kind of want an in-betweener, and something that has a little bit more beam output than other things, then, it should be alright.
Yeah, I've actually been converted to just using its beam rifle now, and then the shrapnel I just use on the Mark II, just because I just do the Mark II thing. Then was it the Gelgug Marine Commander type level 3? That's still a pretty okay suit to use if you like it. It's in the DP store. And then there's the Akzaku Commander type, which is good luck. If you like it, cool. Level 4 in there in the DP store.
I mean,
at least.
it's definitely an ace machine. People run it in there, and that downswing still chunks, and it's kind of disgusting.
Yeah.
I'm actually very surprised at how often I've seen it sometimes. That doesn't mean you should try to push your luck. But I'm just saying, if you see one and if it whoops your ass, don't be surprised.
Also, the Zaku Desert type DA is not in the pull list right now. Creep?
Wah, wah.
Let's see. Bugs and stuff, I guess. We'll go into the next clan rank. I didn't really see anything too crazy here. Corrected the color on the thrusters with the double Zeta.
Yeah. A little odd, but at least they're doing like minor corrections still.
The beam machine gun was louder on the Doga.
Yeah, it was.
That's funny.
Actually, I noticed now that it actually sounds a lot like the Violent Customs gun. Actually didn't notice that before, unless he changed the sound as well. But it sounded pretty punchy when I was doing the heavy the other day.
Hmm. Wait, explanate. Oh, that's just okay. Yeah, I think that's about it. Okay, nothing too crazy there. Clan ranked, we kind of already talked about it. 5v5, 550 on
Arctic.
translated Arctic base ace match. Yeah. And
Gotta be insane.
it's a morning match, and then next week on the 4th. Oh, this is on the 29th.
Yeah, it's a
actually.
Monday match.
So yeah, it's a Monday morning match. Okay.
It's a Monday match.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that. So we got a really weird one in the beginning just because of the type and the cost. And then immediately the next one for the top 100 is a fucking 100, or not 100, Monday match. So they're like really busting people's balls when it comes to the top 100 like wins here.
Interesting. I wonder when we're gonna get the next suit. I'm hoping we get a chance at it at night again. We were
Like,
really close. This
I almost hope that it doesn't right out of the gate, just because that means it'll be another like top 3, and I'm just like, well.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. I'm hoping we. Well, sorry, did I say that wrong? I'm hoping we get another shot at the Goof. is what I'm saying for our late night match. I don't know if I said that backwards, but yeah. I want the goof. I like it. I saw your video.
It's super dumb.
I want it. Also, all participants get the green smoke thing again. I can't remember if they've already did this one, but yeah.
Actually, yeah, I don't remember if they did that one either.
But
this guy is just head vulcaning things. The fucking Anku guy. What are you doing?
okay, let's get into the buffs and nerfs, and then I'm gonna blow through the previous ones again. If anything stands out, then cool. As far as like, did it, you know, did you play it or did it feel improved? I guess the first one we can talk about, the double Zeta Gundam. Win rate went up. And damage went up significantly. I definitely can see the damage. Its consistency definitely is up there. It's not much above average though.
No.
Like that's the thing. It you know, you're still big, you're still getting stunned a lot, but having its cannons stun is pretty cool. Anybody that's like, but the flying, I'm like, no, it's a support at that point.
I mean, it's flying. It can still do stuff. I like doing the fly sometimes.
Can't instantly shoot it out, but yeah, yeah, it's huge. It's so easy to just like knock it out with anything that has any kind of stagger buildup.
I've gotten some nice bonks in between like charge shots and stuff. Hasn't been too bad. Now would I do that consistently? No. But at the same time, early on, when they first did the adjustments, we were actually seeing it a lot in high rated, which is kind of surprising. I guess just to shake things up.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear that echo?
Try it too. So
on my end, for my voice when I'm talking.
I
kind of want to know.
Wanted it was like,
because I can hear it in my
they
headphones.
did something to it. Go, go, go! And then now it's like.
And it looks like it's specifically just the Discord call
I'll
itself.
see one every now and then, but that's about it. Okay, moving on though. Unless you got anything else for the double Zeta.
No, I still use it. Not as much as I did when it first got adjusted, but that's about it.
Yeah, I still want something else. Still kind of sad, but
yeah, the high mega still sucks on it. It still needs to get.
Yep.
It still needs to be faster. It still needs to be movable.
But Gym Custom got some buffs, which is really nice. Numbers definitely went up. I mean, I thought it was still a pretty solid suit. Maybe that's why the numbers are reflecting it, that it's definitely above average by about 2% at all costs, except for literally the highest cost, which is 500, and it's right at average. So that's kind of interesting. Alex got a big buff, which was awesome to see that, and yeah, it's average or above average. Everything's pretty much really solid on it now. Definitely fun to play. In the raids, Mark 5 Gundam, not really gaining too much, but people are trying it now with that maneuver armor 3. So I mean, it's still a solid suit, but still below average on win rate, but it definitely went up. I honestly don't think any of the buffs it got was really anything for it to go up. It's just people were trying it, and probably the people who really liked it are trying it because there wasn't much there, right?
Yeah.
So that's probably why it went up, is it was just more focused on the people who really like it. They're like, yeah, this is my jam now, let's go. Then we got the Gaz-L getting a buff. Yeah, I still think it needs something. Having double dodge roll is nice. I did realize that when I was just playing against you there. But I don't know, it feels better than the last time I played it. Literally, that was the first time I tried it since this buff. So definitely feels better than the last time. I was like, oh, this feels better than I remember, and this is why I forgot that it got buffed. So still looks like it's a bit under average though. So I'm guessing they'll still tune it up a little bit more from these numbers. The Quell getting a buff, which again I still think it needs more, though the numbers at level 1 a little above average, level 2 a little below average on win rate at least, but definitely cool to see the Quell get a buff. The Unit 5, just the base Unit 5, which was really nice to see that you can Gatling and your shield explode and not care. Hallelujah. And yeah, win rate went up, damage went up, rival win rate went up. Looking pretty good across the board, even at 600 cost.
Not
so
bad at all.
definitely something I'm going to be playing more. The Dom Barrage getting a buff. Let's go. And my favorite part, as much as I hate to say it this way, the win rate is still below average. Give me more. Give me another buff. Yes. My body is ready.
Look at this man trying to game the system.
What? No. Not at all. No.
Disgusting.
But, Methus Kai is the next one there, getting a buff. Definitely needed something. Now it's showing a bit above average at level 1, still below average at level 2. Still, I think it needs more. And the one after that, the full armor 7th, I still think needs some more. Although, we're starting to get there. Like, the full damage increase with the beam rifle feels a whole lot better. Focus shortening time on its big giant gun feels good at the beginning of a game. Still, that's about it. And the expanded ASL range on the beam gun makes it so easy to stun now, which is awesome. That was one of the things. Is like you could stun with the missiles, but then the arm beam gun was like better aim better. So yeah, feels really good to actually get a bunch of consecutive stuns with this thing. I think it can really brawl even with a raid now, which is really nice. But I still think it's lacking a little bit. So hopefully we'll see one more tiny little tweak, though since it is showing about average or above average at its base cost, we'll probably only see something at level 3. Even though I'd like to see something just a little more at level 1 and 2. But yeah, so that was last month's buffs and nerfs. This month, starting it off, we got the Jetta getting a nerf.
Oof.
Dun dun dun! It was way too good. Especially after.
But I didn't get to have it when it was good.
That
makes me sad.
I did. Once they fixed that swing and everything, I got it here the other day. I played it and I was like, this suit is disgusting.
Oh yeah.
So ranged attack got nerfed by 10%.
Damn.
Ooh. And then HP got nerfed by 1,000, so 15,000 HP now and 20 base ranged attack modifier, and this is at all levels. Its win rate was 54.5%. I want to see the play rate too, because yeah, this thing was all over the place. When you would get into a game like at 450, there would be nothing but Jettas. Like it was crazy. You'd at least have one every game. When you started hitting close to like A+. There was a ton of them. This became like Stamen of 450 for a while.
Stamen Mark II.
Yeah, like, and then at 500 it was still good. 54% win rate with an average of 50 even at 500 cost, and 56 rival with a 48 average. Pretty big deal. 58 rival with a 48 average too at level 1. Pretty gross. And 2.8 losses to 3.0 average. Yeah. So yeah, this thing was pretty gross. As far as playing against it as a support, it was annoying, but I could deal with it, but it was definitely annoying.
Yeah, the fact that it's doing the same kind of output and can just trade with you without even having to go in for the swoosh initially is really obnoxious.
Yeah.
Or it can just essentially general boggle you.
But yeah, anything else with the Jetta?
I'm sad that I didn't get to have it, but when it was busted.
Yeah. I mean, I still think it's good. Like it.
Yeah, like it'll still get used. Yeah, I don't doubt that. It's just not gonna be as annoying.
Yeah.
Because what is it? I don't know what this... I guess the question here is, like... It seems like they adjusted a significant amount. Does it feel like a slap on the wrist compared to what it could be doing? Or is this actually, like, a pretty solid, like,
This is a solid nerf. Yeah. But it's at its range damage, so... I'm actually curious how much... Because I feel like I did a decent bit with my melee, but...
Yeah.
So I'm curious how much. I mean, I guess you did have the. I don't know. I say the Vulcans were pretty solid too. Yeah. I'm really curious to see what happens with that damage number. Is my main thing next month for sure. But next on the list, another nerf. Zaku Marine type.
Kind of surprised by this one.
Yeah, I'm really sad. Because I love this thing. This is like my go-to general. Like, when I play 250, I'm like, my body's ready, let's go, dude.
Yeah.
I'm gonna destroy at 250. I'm gonna, like, top of the boards, and now my main general is... What did they do to my boy? But, yeah, it was well above average at level 1, so level 1's the only thing that got nerfed. Level 2 felt pretty solid, so yeah, like I didn't play it hardly at all at level 2 at 300 cost, but like I still do well.
It's
so
interesting because
like level 2.
We just came off of 250 clans, and I will say that the one team that did roll us pretty hard did have primarily Zaku Marines, but at the same time, I don't know, it wasn't that prominent beside that one. So I don't know if I would say it was actually kind of worth like messing with.
I mean, the sub-rock gun is just disgusting. It's a easy stun that's build up.
I don't know, like the chest missiles kind of suck.
Around. Yeah, I mean that's why I guess they didn't touch them too much, but I think that's more of a skill cap, getting used to firing missiles kind of thing. So I'm curious how much that factors into the overall damage. But I feel like they hit the damage pretty hard with that sub-rock gun, and I mean, I don't think it's gonna definitely fall out of its 250 status, but it's definitely gonna be pretty much on par, damage-wise. Then it lost 1,000 health at level 1 and all levels, so everything did take a hit, which I'm kind of surprised at, because that's a big deal at 300 and especially at 350. I don't think we're going to see it at 350 almost at all with that kind of hit. Luckily it maintained the damage because the damage wasn't too big of a difference. But I feel like level 1 is going to be what level 2 felt like, and level 2 you're going to feel a little bit squishy, if anything, and then level 3 is just going to feel bad.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate.
But yeah,
I feel like they didn't really have to touch on it, but it's whatever. Because the thing is, especially at low cost, like, there's nothing else there. Like, what's going to take its place?
yeah.
That isn't, like, ancient, or, like...
Cold District. There you go. Back to the Cold District, guys.
Which they actually buffed the range on that, which is funny because it's always kind of been, like, the meta bullshit at that cost.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that gets off scot-free compared to this thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess this was the thing that kind of trumped it, so... And then this thing decimated raids. That's the big difference, is Cold District can destroy a raid, but a raid can actually hit it. This thing has like a dodge roll and will decimate a raid. And the raid, even though it hits you, can't really do much. Like if it's an Agu guy, like you can beat a Cold District if you outplay the Cold District. But if the Marine Zaku sees you first, you better just run and hide in a corner and hope that stealth hides you enough so you can go at another angle and maybe get behind them. Because Marine Zaku just destroys an Agu guy, or any raid at that cost. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe it was more of a nerf toward.
That sounds. Oh god, that sounds more like they should just
or nerf toward
either
the-
get more raids or butt the raids.
right.
That's always been a problem with that cost range.
Yeah. So, because at that point you've got pretty much just the.
Because despite the encounter with the Aquamarine, or the Aquazaku, the Agu guy is still gonna be like the one. And it's still gonna be busted.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. So it's like. Yeah.
Like if anything, this makes it worse because now it's not even being like hunted.
Yeah. Which I mean, I think this suit will still be there at 250, but it's just going to be average as far as like the damage goes on them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it still has the stopping power, so that's not going to be a difference. It's just you're not going to delete whatever you hit with your 4 rockets, because that's 2,000 damage at that cost, which is a pretty big deal, as we saw with the cannon on the Zanny. Oh, and its splash too is the best part about the sub rock. Like you just shoot the ground next to people and you stun 2 or 3 people sometimes, especially in those general or raids getting in there with that mosh pit going on. And you don't have to worry about stunning your teammates. Like that's the other thing too, I guess, right? That's a big deal.
Yeah,
Like the
I mean
grenade,
the spacing
still
for
send
it's a
your teammate
little
with a
rough,
cold
but
district.
yeah. Because like you have to, not only do they have to go up, but they have to travel, and then there's that time. So a lot of them you're either missing, and we've had a lot of situations where you're like trying to strafe someone, and trying to get those in, and they are literally like going over their head if they're too close. As opposed to something like the light armor or something else where they literally come out of the front. Actually, yeah, comparatively, the Aquagen
yeah.
has that.
Well, I'm not talking about those missiles. I'm talking about the just sub-rock gun missiles.
Subrock gun I'm not really that scared of. Like, you still have to get like a decent accumulation of those to actually get the stun. Otherwise, like, what else is it even gonna do despite the damage that it does in that moment? Like, who cares? Just hit it.
Well, I mean, that's what got nerfed, though, is the sub-rock gun. That's what I'm saying. That's what's so disgusting on it, is the sub-rock gun. Like, it's got crazy stagger build-up. You're guaranteed a stun on pretty much anything at that cost. Like, it's got super splash radius. I don't know. I love the sub-rock gun, man. Like, I stun like 2 or 3 people at the same time. If there's like people meleeing each other, I get like triple stun with the sub-rock gun. Like, I'll shoot my teammate in the back because it has such a good explosive radius, and I'll hit the guy in front of them. Like, sub-rock gun is disgusting.
Let me guess, you put a YOLO build on that too, huh?
Most likely, I'm not sure, but either way, at 250, I would top like the entire like top scores pretty much, maybe even diversion. Most likely, yeah, because I'd be getting in there, and then you get the shoulder lean in there for downswing. Let's go! Like I will destroy an Agu guy with that sub-rock gun into my shoulder lean. And then missiles for the follow-up. Like. Or I see somebody going to knock somebody out, I'll still sub-rock because there's no chance I'm going to stun my teammate, and then I'll follow up with a bunch of missiles into the legs. Like, I don't know, I think that sub-rock is disgusting. It's 2,000 damage for just the full clip. And, yeah, but... I still think it'll be gross. It's just not as... It's a little bit squishier, that's for sure, at 250. So maybe I might have to put some health on it.
At least a little bit.
But yeah, anything else on that one?
No, surprising, kind of sucks. Hopefully it doesn't affect it too much, but we'll see. My other thing is that I just hope that we get other things at that cost to keep it interesting.
More. For sure.
Because like we got new 300s, but like 250 and 200 outside of the Zanny haven't gotten like shit really.
Nothing. Right, yeah.
So now like another suit at that cost is like less than amazing. Like what's even gonna have keep people playing at that cost range if they actually put it in either rated or clans. Like, we already didn't want to do this one, so.
So with the Gyaradoga on the next one, it got a buff. So speed went up to 130 from 125. Kind of surprised that that was a thing to begin with. Rotation went up by 3, going to 66. It gained, whoa, shoulder armor buffer to level 3. Let's go, dude.
Ooh.
That's a pretty big deal for the right shoulder armor buffer. So now its shield is a pretty solid 30%, I think is what that translates to. Yeah, pretty good. I don't know if you've got the Gyaradoga, but if you could double check that.
I mean, I do, but I'm in a match.
I've got the game up. I can double check that. Let's see. Doga's 550, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or 500 base. Okay, that means 30%. Yeah. Okay, cool. Woo!
Yeah, the reason that I know that is because we had to talk about it on the Cubile back in the day when they did that adjustment.
Some of them are still like 10, 15, and then 20% for the level 3 stuff. I think that's the like this. Is that maybe that's like buffer that I'm thinking of? But yeah, some of their special buffers they don't scale the same, which is weird. Oh wait, did I? Okay, no, that didn't do that. Good. Other than that, the next thing is the wire went up by 100 damage, and cooldown went from 6 seconds to 5 seconds, which is pretty nice. And this is at all levels as well. Beamax went to 3-second cooldown, so you can do striker things, which is terrifying. Or you can just do the downswing, downswing, downswing now, which is gross. That is disgusting.
Yeah, like that would probably be more common out of the two, but still.
Like Doga's gonna be. Yeah, Doga's gonna be in there now after this. And then the Sturmfaust for the Doga went from 10-second cooldown to 6-second cooldown. And the reload time is 15 seconds from 30 seconds, which is huge on both those numbers. Like, it's now essentially a bazooka. And it reloads in 15 seconds. Whap. Also, they shortened the switching time and adjusted so that it's harder to hit objects on the map. So yeah. Yeah, this thing's gonna be a beast now. I feel like this is gonna be all over 500. Like, this might be a big, this might be a new meta type situation.
It all depends. I kind of wish they would have readjusted the cable. Just because of the way it flicks out weird.
But
the speed's fine though.
Could be the what the Gallus J was. What potential it had is this is now it, only better.
The funny thing is that the Gallus kind of does what it does better anyway, just because of how gross that downswing can be.
Yeah. So like that's what I'm curious now with this being more consistent and having more weapons to like actually just straight up stop, and then also having the heavy stun with the wire. I am really curious if this actually becomes very meta, because I've seen people do some work in it, but that's just because they got really good at the wire, right? But having smoke so that you're a stealth boy for a little bit, and then coming in and just popping somebody with a stun, knockdown, then downswing, then like, yeah, just the downswing, downswing, downswing. I don't know if you can do Beamax first, but it has more base damage. So if you can do Beamax to sword to Beamax, then that's going to be gross. But at the very least, you can definitely go... no, actually, yeah, you should be able to do that. Yeah, because that's what you could already do.
Yeah, Cora has mentioned it, but you could already do triple downswing.
Yeah, but this time it's Beamax first. And then, so you get 2 Beamaxes, which is much more damage. And then the ready up time for the damage on the stern. Yeah, that's looking pretty gross. I like it. I'm a fan. But yeah, with a 42% win rate compared to the 50%, though, we definitely needed something. And I feel like it was just a lot of clunk. Hopefully this cleans it up and makes it a lot more consistent. And we'll...
Yeah, you definitely felt the size of that suit, and not in a good way.
Yeah, so hopefully that buffer with 30% damage reduction will be good. Again, we'll have to see, but I'm definitely a fan of it. I think we got potential. I'm definitely keeping an eye on this one for next month to see if its win rate is through the roof compared to what it was. I'm gonna go ahead and call 52%. I'm gonna say it's gonna be 2% over the average.
Like just there.
Yeah. I'm gonna say it's gonna be at least there, if not higher. Yeah, anything else with the Doga?
No, glad that they touched on it. It's definitely a long time coming. It has a lot of kit, has a lot of things it can do. It just needs to be a bit more clean. Well,
okay, so EXS getting a buff. Mainly at level 2, but at level 1, well, at both levels, you're getting 3 to rotation speed, so 66 now. Force injector level 2. Special back add-on buffer going to 3. So nice tank there for it. So that'll be cool. Melee combo controller level 1 gain. So you actually have 2 melees. Yeah. So I guess extra damage in that regard at both levels. And then Alice now giving emergency evasion system level 1 gained, and the increased movement speed compensation for left and right movement and backward movement while Alice is going on. So you should just be fast in every direction now, which is actually a huge quality of life for that. And I think that means you have double dodge roll while in Alice now. I mean, otherwise I don't know why they would point that out. So you should have, yeah.
Yeah, it couldn't dodge.
Essentially level 2. But so it should be level 2 after that. I'm trying to read here to see if they say anything specifically about it. Now it's level 2. But I am not seeing that. Anyway, everything else, this is for level 2, so the damage was low for level 2. Actually, if I scroll down here, 81,000 compared to an average of 86, where it's above average at level 1. So we have on the main weapon 15 damage going to 750, and increase the power of a charged attack. Went from 1365 to 1400 on its beam cannon ×4. On the thigh beam, went to 700 from 682. On the head incom, went from 1575 to 1600. And on the reflector incom, went from 2100 to 2200. Do you have this at level 2 at all?
I don't think so, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't.
Actually, no, I don't. I only hit the level 1. Every once in a while you'll see it. It definitely hasn't been that prominent for a while. And at least recently. I got to see if I see it during the week or not. After the adjustments, because that's some decent stuff that they did.
I really hope that that's a double dodge roll, because it was very saddening that the Alice system is like, yeah, super speed and all this and stuff. I'm like, okay,
yeah, it's like, no,
well,
it's just a regular buff because they can't do
just
that.
A little bit of movement speed. A little bit of movement speed. That's all you get. Now it's like, a little bit of movement speed in all directions, thank goodness. And so it should probably feel like a new Gundam or something once it gets its like speed buff kind of thing going on. So that'll be nice. And then having double dodge roll would be amazing. So I'm assuming that's what that means. If anybody can confirm, let us know. But other than that, taking a little bit less damage and having 2 melees, that's always nice. Let's see. Anything else with that one?
Same function of skill emergency evasion system level 1 gained. So it just gets a roll into Alice.
Well, I mean, you have a dodge roll normally, though. So, like, normally when you gain a level 1, normally if you have one, it turns into a level 2. So, because that's like the BD1, for instance, or the BD2, whichever one has a, yeah, the BD2, and then when you pop exam, you gain an evasion. But it has evasion 1 naturally. I'm assuming that's still just evasion 1. I can't remember, but yeah. I don't think it actually gains straight up evasion 2.
The
But
buffs for the transformation are nice though.
yeah, I was gonna say I forgot those.
Adjusted
So
to
it still has the same
harder,
defense.
adjusted to harder to hit objects on the map.
Thank goodness.
That's for the beam smart gun in the
Yeah, it's
transformation.
because it's so low in front of you.
Yes.
And it gained damage, of course, at level 2 for both of the weapons. And then increased power of the charged attack. So again, damage at level 2.
Great things from you.
And then, yeah, hit objects with the charged attack as well. But yeah, anything else with that?
No, I mean, hopefully we see it more. I'm not crossing or I'm not holding my breath, but for anyone who's been trying to make it work, especially if you haven't really gotten the CC suits, that'll definitely be a good help.
Got the level 1. I'll definitely try it out just to see if, because if it gets, you know, double dodge roll kind of thing and my back is taking less damage, I'll definitely try it. Oh, speaking of that, I think the back buffer is the one that's like 25% or something instead of 30. I'm going to check that real quick.
Good work.
And, oh, no, that one is 30. Okay.
All right, be careful out
Which one was it? Maybe I am thinking of the leg stuff, because that would make sense, because that, not really the same deal. But anyway, moving on though, we have the Gaz-L.
The Gaz-L.
Again, 3 rotation speed, giving it 63 now. Enlarged the ASL for the beam gun sub-weapon. And it has the Hyper Knuckle Buster gaining 1 bullet. It's cool, I guess.
It's a very small and like very specific like set of buffs that they did for this thing. I actually wasn't expecting them to mess with it at all, but like, I'll take it.
Oh.
The ASL got enlarged for the beam gun.
Yeah, but what they're saying here, the ASL area and the stagger accumulation value of the beam gun ×2 has been enhanced. Like, that wasn't in the notes here, but apparently in their little...
Yeah.
Yeah, what? That's
So
weird.
the rotating or the turning speed is a little bit faster. In the transformation, 54 to 57. Increased rotating performance when decelerating. Nice. And then,
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, that's when it's transformed. That's the stagger value. Okay, so that's the one.
well, they did it for both. So the beam gun when it's normal, and then on the transformation it also says that the ASL's been enlarged.
Because the beam gun's just a beam gun in sub-weapon form when you're not transformed, but it turns into a ×2 when you transform.
Yeah, but it said it for both, so it just does it across the board.
On these right here, I'm only seeing the beam gun just has the ASL. This is the only thing that's for both.
Unless that's just a mistranslation for the English one.
Yeah, the aim thing is just talking about, like, I feel like that's just a bad translation on the,
I'm talking about what's actually in the charts. Like, sub-weapon
Oh,
for the
really?
regular one says sub-weapon beam gun, enlarged ASLs. And then when we go down to the transformation one, beam gun 10-2 also has ASL
Yeah.
enlarged. So,
Oh, yeah, no, the ASL is for both, but the stagger value is not.
yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. My bad. You're saying. Okay, I thought you were saying the stagger value is for both. I was like, wait a minute. But yeah, so that's kind of cool. You can actually, I wonder what the stun value on that changed to. I could probably look that up real quick. But that's kind of nice. Again, I agree. I thought it was already really solid. I like playing it. Kind of odd that they buffed it. But...
Yeah, I was gonna say it's solid, but it's not outstanding. So it's actually in a cost range where there's a lot of stuff cropping up. So having it be just a little bit better is definitely gonna help it out. So I can see where they're coming from for it. It's not a super crazy one, which is kind of reflected by what they actually adjusted, but still, it's nice that they looked at it.
Then raid suits. I'm terrified of this one. The Noct is getting a buff.
Oh my god.
Why? Okay, anyway, maneuver armor level 2 instead of level 1. Then it gained assault booster upgrades at pretty much all levels.
Yeah.
So, yeah, cool. Enlarging the hit detection area to make it easier to hit the target. Adjusted. Oh yeah, sorry, this is another thing. Adjusted to make it harder to hit objects for the kunai ×1 and ×2, and also gave it a faster reload on the ×2. And ×2 is the heavy stun. The single one is just a normal stun, and you don't have to do commit stance with the single one.
Right.
So that's terrifying if
Yeah.
they made it
Single one-
easy to hit.
Single one was a little rough sometimes, but like people learned other tech, especially when you could start the throw and then start boosting too. So like you weren't super vulnerable when you were trying it. So this is another one like where I'm surprised that they messed with the Akwazaku. I'm also even more surprised that they turned around and gave this thing a fucking buff.
Right. But apparently at higher levels it was losing more. So well, actually it was losing more at all levels, but still, it's one of those things. This thing is still kind of terrifying, no matter what.
Mm. Oh god, we have one on our team, and it's contesting an Aga guy.
That's funny. But yeah. So hopefully the win rate will go up for that. Pretty cool.
So the next one's pretty surprising, and by that I mean it was left alone for so long. I'm surprised they even looked at it.
Yeah, I'm like, and we get more, please? Because the times that its shield actually breaks is almost non-existent. But I'm glad they thought of it at least.
Right, just so you have a little less of a chance to get bullied.
Yeah, that shield breaks if it gets hit. If it ever gets hit, it just explodes. So fair enough. But the Gelgug Marine, maneuver armor level 2, it gained a dodge roll.
Hey,
Hallelujah.
it can roll now.
Why didn't this? Why? Oh my gosh.
It should have been one of the. It should have been one of the first ones. Like back when they were doing it for like the Unit 5 and shit. It's just like nope.
Definitely a relic of the ancient past, man. Like holy crap. Like the way it played was just. Ugh.
From days of old.
I'm really curious though to see if with the dodge roll if it becomes. I'm curious to see those numbers change. But hallelujah, you got a dodge roll. Everything else is kind of whatever that it gained for it.
The bigger thing is that the main gun's still like you're either rocking a grenade launcher, machine gun, or you're just hoping you can nail your beam shots depending on what you do. The swings are fine on it.
The what?
Like the swings for the melee are fine
Oh,
on
the
it, but they're not
swings,
like
okay, I was
super
like-
crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's one reason why you can do the enhanced tackle stuff. Because they buff that. So I guess you could do like a downswing tackle into them and then neutral them or something. Probably, maybe get more damage.
It's interesting that they tried to make an entire suit based around the tackle, and then realized, oh shit, we should probably be actually doing this for raids and stuff more. Like that shouldn't be a gimmick of a suit. That should just be a thing that this whole entire class has. Ow.
Oops. But yeah, so kind of cool to see that. Hopefully that, because it also has a shield, attack shield thing, right, with the spike shield on it. So that'll be cool if you can use that while your shields still exist. And yeah, that's the raids. That was it for the raids. And I am so happy to see this next support. Yes, just keep buffing my suits. My body is ready. Let's go.
Oh no.
The game arc.
Hey, well this one was a long time coming.
Stabilization device level 1.
Let's fucking go!
Dude, like,
Oh my god, dude.
dude, like the thing is,
Every big dumb support should just have it.
yes. So now my baby. Oh man, like I was like, you know, as soon as the mass production Cubalate got buffed, I was like, game mark, nah. MP Cubalate, yeah. Now I'm like, ooh, which one do I want to win with today?
It's time to be disgusting.
So yeah, if there's a 650 room up after all this is done, I'm gonna be playing that, because all I gotta do is crouch, which I do anyway, to fire the giant vomit of beams, and you have to build up stun to stun me now, which is completely disgusting. That you can just be like, yeah, you either build up stun really fast, or you're gonna get deleted, General Suit.
General
Goodbye.
scum.
Like, oh, dude, this is fantastic. Like, the number of times that I'm just like, if I only had 2 milliseconds sooner than not stunning me. Here we go, stabilization device. Like, I am very surprised that they didn't nerf the focus time on the Mega
As a
Particle
trade-off,
Cannon
yeah.
Barrage. Yeah. I like,
You know what though? Like the Mega Particle has such a weird spread anyway, and it's kind of rough to like find situations unless you just don't give a shit. So
I mean-
I'm glad they didn't touch it.
yeah, but at the same time, like when generals are coming around a corner and they see you and you're just like, sup. Now it's like, because
Now they can't even stun you out of it. It's just like, oh boy.
ah, and they stun you, and it's like, oh, well, I tried. Now it's like, sup. Oh no! You know, and they're dead. You know, for like 20k, no big deal. It finally will be a dream of just. I'm just gonna have montage this thing, like
Hello.
surprise. But yeah, next heat rate went down to
Oh,
80%
that's
for pretty much everything. Like mother funnel, thank goodness, went down to 70%. So you can still only shoot twice and it overheats, but you
Wah,
can
wah.
shoot once and fire it a second time faster. Okay.
A little less wait time, and it's fine.
But yeah, you can actually get 2 shots off in an okay amount of time while other funnels are doing things, while you're waiting for everything else to come back. Let's see, what else we got here? 90 to 80% with the shoulder and 90 to 80% with the normal arm, which means you can pretty much, you're pretty much mass production Cubalate at that point.
Yeah.
Hallelujah. Except for you can't just rock back and forth because it's got 5.5 second cooldown on each, so you can't go too crazy, because they also lowered with the MP Cubalate, it's 3.5 and 5 seconds solid on the back and forth. So luckily though, you can actually just go back and forth and combo everything, and you pretty much should not overheat if you do it right. Very easily now. Also, the hit detection of the arm mega particle cannons, the main weapon, is much easier, which that is terrifying because it's a fan of beams that chunk. That, yeah, like now that it's easier to hit and they pierce. Sorry, teammates, I'm shooting through you to do chunk
Oh
damage.
no. So it's gonna get more toxic. Good old toxic Magman.
I'm killing people, so it's okay. Then here's the other crazy thing. The Mega Particle Cannon Barrage, the cooldown went from 30 seconds to 20 seconds. And they enlarged the hit detection of every beam. And it won't, like, hit walls and shit on the ground and stuff. So that big complaint that you just had? Yes, let's go!
Both the hands and shoulders pierce? Yeah, it's true.
Yes. Wait, shoulders don't pierce.
Never knew.
Yeah, shoulders are only just straight on whatever you hit, sadly. I wish they pierced.
I thought they did.
No, shoulders don't pierce. If they did, I would be shooting teammates all the time. But sadly, I just normally stun somebody and do nothing to the enemy. A lot. Yeah. Because they're so wide, right? Like... But yeah. The shoulders don't pierce. I wish they did. Let's see. Yeah, so I mean, that's it. There you go. Lots of buffs here. Surprisingly, again, the win rate is a bit lower. Rival win rate is a bit lower. I mean, I could see that, and the damage is a bit lower, but I feel like the damage is fine for the most part. If you were playing the suit a lot and you're used to big Chungus suits, it's not the craziest thing. And now you actually have something cool before you get to almost death. Which, if it was a raid on you proccing it, you were just dead anyway. So now if a general procs it, you're just like, oh, you gonna learn today. So, yeah. Big fan. Love that I can just crouch and vomit beams on somebody and not care. My body is ready. Let's see.
Yeah, that was definitely a welcome one.
Yeah, anything else on that? Other than, I mean, for me, my body's ready.
Yeah, fucking finally.
It's good.
So Rick DJ didn't last long without getting an adjustment. That's the next one here.
Yeah, that was... I mean, I said it needed something because other than just follow-up, it's not... Yeah.
No, you're not wrong. So, extra health goes up to 19,000 now. Increases at higher levels. Speeds from 120 to 125. Skills, special back add-on buffer level 1 upgraded to 2. Also, when higher level increased. Skill electric absorber level 1 is gained. So, not a lot. It's all just basic stats. It probably should have did stuff with the weapons as well. A little unfortunate. So they touched it. They definitely did. But it didn't do a lot to it.
The damage is there as far as the numbers go, but I mean, it's, you know, it's got good damage. Yes, you need to survive more, but that's the thing. You need to survive more. None of that, again, helps the support survive. Give it the stabilization thing so you can crouch at the very least. If it had that, cool. I don't care what, if you could crouch and not get stunned, we're good. Like, then the thing's fine. Then you won't have 3.2 deaths compared to 2.9. Because literally everything else at that cost, again, that's the problem, is it's too high of a cost to not have something added to it. Yeah. I don't know why. Specifically, I'm just looked at the next one, when they're giving it to that at a suit that's like at 300 cost. That's getting it. That pretty much does the same exact role. But yeah, kind of odd on that one.
Yeah, hopefully this doesn't mean that it's gonna be a long time until they try to adjust it again. I guess that's my bigger thing for this right now.
Like, yeah, they definitely need to do something else with it. I mean, again, it's like the one that came after it was the Gyaradoga with the giant gun that can AoE.
So literally just a walking tank with his weapons, like.
Yeah. Where the gun is its defense, right? That's its defensive layer. You're taking a knee is its defense layer. This thing doesn't have one. You just get bullied. And you're big. This thing is pretty thick. And it's just like, cool, you got the damage on me, but that's just because your teammates knocked me over and you're shooting me in the foot. Wait till I stand up. You'll see, right?
I'll show you.
But like,
it kind of had like a middling presentation when it first dropped in the clans too. Like it was a good sweeper because of that mode.
Yeah.
But outside of that, and in between those moments when it was actually trying to accumulate damage so it could sweep, it had a hard time keeping up with the rest of the team.
Yeah, then when the mode drops, you're down for like a whole minute, and if you accidentally overheat during the mode, then you're just screwed.
So you're really
like
banking. You're banking not only on a wipe, but you're also banking on no one else dropping before you're ready.
Yeah, so it's one of those things that could work in clan, I think, pretty well, but that's it. Like in solo, it's
Pubs
like
is a little rough. Yeah, it pretty much doesn't
There's no
exist in
way.
pubs.
Right.
I don't think this is gonna change it either, which sucks, and that's kind of
right.
ugh.
I feel like the 3.2 mobile suits loss might go to 3.1 at best.
Yeah, like people will try it. It'll definitely get used more just out of curiosity. But like most people are gonna see that and be like, yeah, that wasn't enough.
And then finally, the last thing here is the Zaku 1 sniper type.
Finally got some good stuff.
Going from 80% to 75%, which is interesting. So you can fire it faster. And then it gained precision shelling as well as stabilization device, which so you can crouch and not get stunned, so you can go for good trades. And you deal more damage while you're crouched. So yeah, 300 cost. We back? Do you think they did this because the Zaku 2 sniper is a thing?
Not necessarily. I feel like it's just one of those things that's been a long time coming.
I mean, stats-wise, the Zaku 2 sniper from Code Fairy is literally, stat-wise, pretty much it, but better.
Yeah. I mean, the cannon that it can rock on the Zaku 1 is pretty nice, though. Yeah, I think it still has some more utility stuff going on, and you know, like we were saying before, without that ASL, the secondary fire doesn't even really get this shine too much unless you have other people stun locking for you, or unless you're fast enough to get it out. So.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised at this. I forget about the cannon. Every time I forget about that cannon until I actually look at the suit or play.
Yeah, I'm a dumbass, so I use the long rifle.
Oh, I do
but
the
like
barrel as well.
But like the cannon is definitely the one to use.
Oh yeah.
The rifle getting some more love is definitely something that is needed, especially since beam resistance at that cost is really low, which is why people used it a lot in the beginning.
And breaking those legs.
Yep. Melting that health. So hopefully it gets a little bit more play now that they're messing with it more.
I mean, the stabilization is gross.
Yeah, and the shelling too. Like both of those are definitely needed. It's kind of weird that it didn't have at least one of those by now, but now it just has both. So it's like that's solid.
Well, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of curious to see if this is a test for them to maybe throw it on the Doga, because you know it's got a cannon that heavy stuns as well. Like, I mean, that's what this is essentially with that. It's like a non-splash damage version of the Doga. Because, yeah. 6 shots, heavy stun, 6-second cooldown. Yeah, that actually is kind of gross.
I can dig it.
Yeah, I might play me some sniper now, because I mean all you gotta do is crouch, and it's like whatever the other support is, it's like wall. Now take a knee. Or if any general is coming up to you, they're like insta stun, wall, take a knee. I mean you gotta aim though. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
You can't miss. Don't whiff. But if you don't whiff, you get to just like put on badass shades and laugh at them as you shoulder charge them into the ground.
An ally has destroyed an enemy. Your ally's been
Yeah, that.
knocked out.
Yeah,
That
I don't
would
know.
be-
I wasn't really super impressed by the fairy sniper, so I didn't really think that it would be because of that. I just think that
Yeah.
the adjustment's been a long time coming regardless, so I can appreciate it.
And then the win rate going down. So yeah, like looking at the win rate and stuff, I feel like this is definitely a solid contender though for a top 300 support though, especially with that just the stun thing. That is like being able to just negate a stun by crouching. So good. I mean, that's why tanks were so good at that cost, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
So this is just that, only better. Yeah.
And that is all she wrote.
Yeah,
the
that is
adjustments.
the buffs. Okay, let's see. We got suit speculation and stuff. What do we think the new suit's gonna be, or what do we think they're gonna do next?
That's super sure.
I mean,
So we got another Moon Gundam thing. I wonder if that's actually going to be a trend that continues.
I'm gonna go with yeah, and we're probably gonna get Moon Gundam soon.
That seems like a big holiday thing.
Yeah, I feel
like
like,
the
that's
actual
the
Moon
holiday
Gundam.
thing. Moon Gundam is definitely gonna be the holiday thing. I'm gonna say I'm calling that one. Other than that, I have no clue what we're getting next.
The interesting thing is that guess what did get Moon Gundam recently? That new mobile game, Universal Century Engage or whatever. They just had like a whole promo for that.
Wait, what mobile game?
There's a new mobile game out in Japan called like Universal Century Engage or some shit.
What kind of game is it?
I don't know. I haven't actually seen the gameplay for it,
Okay, I'm curious. I kind of want to know what that is.
but it's probably something we're not gonna get, at least not for a while. So
Props.
I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Yeah.
You can still probably get the client if you do a regional account on your emulator or whatever and jump through another 1,000 hoops just to give them money that they don't deserve, but you know.
Well, I don't have any money to spend, so we're good. As long as it's free and stuff, sure. I'll give it a try. I'll jump through some hoops if it looks good enough gameplay wise. But yeah, as far as anything upcoming that is mechanics wise, I'm gonna say I would like to see clan, or not clan ranked. Why do I say clan ranked now? Ranked is just a staple thing that you get your medal or your emblem for 3 months or something, and then in like 3 months we do it all over again for 3 days, and then you get another emblem for 3 months.
Right.
Like that's yeah.
Like if you just consistently do well, you're just constantly having some sort of emblem.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I can appreciate that. I hope that's something that they consider. I mean, that's the bulk of what we got.
Yeah, that's about it. That's yeah.
So you want to go into shoutouts?
Yeah, I guess if we have.
What do you mean you guess? There's nothing else. That's the list.
Oh, well, that's what I'm saying. Nothing else for new suits. Then yeah, let's do the shout out things.
Alrighty.
Go.
So Gustav the 13th, Gustav X Triple I, currently actually doing this on YouTube this time around, which has been pretty neat. Doing more Super Robot Wars 30 during the week, trying to get some more videos edited. In the meantime, for me, it's mostly just trying to find like different formats and things, just different kinds of videos that I can cut up. SRW30 is probably gonna last us a hot minute, and then from there we're gonna be going into like Judgment and Lost Judgment. try to get back into the old Yakuza roots for a little bit. But outside of that, we'll constantly be doing GBO2. Hopefully the Winter Festival gives us some good shit. We'll just have to see how that turns out. Got at least a couple weeks to go, I would say. And then hopefully we can have... I don't know, do you want to try to do like a holiday podcast? Or do you want to just kind of wait until the usual time? Considering that it's going to be towards the end of the month anyway, but then there's also going to be New Year's.
Here are this battle's rewards.
Maybe. Depends.
Yeah, we'll see when we get
We'll
there.
see what's going on.
But yeah, those are the two main things that I'm doing right now. I'm also on Instagram, TikTok. I don't know why I brought back my Tumblr, but I did. There's plenty of social media. Actually, I think I can give you a new link for me that just has all my links too. I'll try to remember to do that after this for the VOD.
Okay.
But what about you? What you got coming up?
Too many games.
Oh yeah.
But also on a side note, let's see, the next week-ish, or within the next couple of weeks, we might try to do a Code Fairy podcast
Yeah.
and talk about Code Fairy things. So
Hopefully we get a little bit more news about the manga too, because that just got dropped today. It's gonna have a serialized story.
that'd be pretty cool. Let's see. So games-wise, stuff and things. Let's see. Well, obviously GBO2 dailies. Definitely doing more Tarkov. Wipe should be coming up sometime next month. I really wanted to get caught up with Final Fantasy 14, but I don't think I'm going to make it in time. So Final Fantasy 14 sometime maybe, question mark. I need to get back on that Pokemon Unite grind. I actually had a error with BlueStack, so I haven't been able to play it.
Oof.
So I will get to that when I can. Then checked out Outriders. Going to definitely check out Outriders again for the actual end content they added. As far as builds and stuff, and just the new systems and how it works was cool, but definitely want to try that again. Might check out New World again, because they've been fixing a ton of stuff with New World. And yeah, I still haven't gotten my stuff back, but oh well. I can get it again. That's not that big of a deal, I guess. As long as they fix the gameplay. Phantasy Star Online 2 is about to drop their new areas sometime next month. I think it's the 14th or 15th, so I'll be checking that out. I don't think we're getting any new classes with that, but I'll definitely be checking that out when that hits. Path of Exile should have things coming up soonish, so that'll be a thing. And yeah, now I've got to backlog stuff of like Diablo 2 and SRW 30 and some other things. Too many games. League of Legends just got a new league. I don't know. I might play that.
League of Legends is also getting a fucking fighting game.
Oh yeah, the fighting game, dude. My body is ready. Let's go. Monster Hunter World needed to fight Fatalis. Went in and fought Elatrion and failed. So now that I've gotten an item that's actually should be good damage against it, hopefully I'll get it down this time. And then Fatalis is on the list. So, yeah. Also, speaking of law, their Netflix series, the Arcane series, pretty good. Can recommend checking that out. But yeah, other than that, too many games. There's probably more games I could add to that list. MechWarrior, I know, is another one that just popped in my head. But definitely a lot of Tarkov. Actually, literally right after this, I'm going to do GBO dailies and probably a little bit of Tarkov before I go to bed.
Nice.
So that'll be that. But anyway, yeah, usual. Everybody's stuff will be down in the description. If you're watching this on YouTube, not right now, but later. Like, comment, subscribe, all that. Also, by the way, I guess I'll say this here because I forgot to say this with my usual spiel, but I got a Twitch, Twitter, Discord, YouTube channel, usual social media stuff, which will also be in the Discord in the description. But yeah, like, subscribe, all that stuff. But anyway, guys, that'll be it for this one. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. Peace.
Later. Alrighty.
Yeah.
We did it.
Woo.
That was 5 fucking hours.
As soon as we started going over those suits, I was like, balls. And like, I was like, that's why I was like, should we just talk about these instead of playing a game?
Man, I'm over it. Like, if we're gonna do these, we have to make the time worth it. Otherwise,
Yeah, I'll definitely be splitting this one up. Because for me, that was from start to finish for the VOD. It'll be like 450.
my thing is, I wouldn't mind doing these at least twice a month, just so that we have a little bit less time.
Yeah, because the suit catch-up can either be like, yeah, let's do a lot with these, or this one's kind of meh.
Yeah.
Like last time, I'm sorry, the Gallus K was just like, yeah, we don't really have to look at this. It kind of sucks. It has all the support problems. Give it stabilizer, please. Please.
Yeah.
For real,
They're throwing it around like candy. It might actually happen.
Oh,
You know what sucks though is that the Gelgoog cannon fucked it up. Because now it's in competition for being the worst at that cost.
right? Like,
So now by comparison, its ratio might not be that bad.
yeah, that's true. But I feel like it would be worse for a different reason. And the people playing it might be... I'm just really curious if the people playing it are, like, doing really well. Like,
Yeah,
the people
'cause
that
I
are
mean,
really maining it.
You're essentially a Nemo 3 with like extra missile barf and like different things to do. Especially if you use the BR. So like, you're looping. You're also having some in between stuff to shoot if you really need to wait. So it's doing things. And it's doing things consistently with stuns, unlike the other Gelgoog, so.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing too is if you go for the leg break thing, I just wonder how many people are playing it as a sniper, like playing it as a slightly higher cost gunner.
I would
and
assume
actually
you just
doing
have to, right? At least to take advantage of that skill too.
Yeah,
But
that's the
the
thing.
fucked up thing is that at that cost, there's a lot of stuff that can just close the gap, and then you just don't have that time.
Yeah, like even generals can do that to you, and that's like at its base 500 cost, not as much because I don't think there's too many flyers that you're gonna run into. But like as soon as you go into 550 territory, you instantly have like the Zeta just coming at your face. Wait, no, Zeta's 600. Right? No, Zeta's 550. Am I derping? No, Zeta's 600.
No, 600.
Never mind.
600.
Yeah. What's that 550 then, actually? Yeah, so it might not be as bad as I thought. Oh, we have the Ashimar. There we go. There's one. I'll be flying at you for sure. I don't think you're going to see too many Virulence, but that's all I got is the Ashimar. Is about the only thing I've got there. By the way, on a side note, the Zaku 3...
I was gonna say, Zaku 3 can just stun loop it to death, so...
I'm calling it. Zaku 3 is like I don't see a lot of them, but I think Zaku 3 is the 550 suit that is the new, like, super meta.
Yeah, I mean, when we were doing clans, it was constantly, like, the outside fighter, and then it would come in and just do striker shit, and it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, like...
This thing's fucking mean.
Like, here the other day, I had an A+ room, and I was like...
But then you also have the
as a
Dryzen,
support.
right?
Yeah, I guess the Dryson's there, but I don't know, man. Like, we had some Drysons and stuff, and a team of, like, 3 Zaku 3s with, you know, whatever support and raid just destroyed us. And, like, the 3 Zaku 3s, one got top assist, one got top personal, and one, like, got top damage. And I was like, damn. They just cleaned us up, and we had 2 Drysons. What is this? Is Zaku 3 like, and I've been saying, I'm like, I really think Zaku 3 is like this secret OP, but I just feel like the skill cap is just really, really high. I just can't. And I think it's finally coming through. I think I might have actually called it this time for once. It's taken me saying that about 20 different suits, but I think I finally got it. Yeah.
I still gotta do another space fight. No.
Oh yeah, that's right. Space is today. I'm probably gonna not do that and try to play the game up instead. Unless it is a 650 space or a 700 space, then I might do that. But yeah, I'm gonna hop in on that and stuff and things.
I'm glad that I noticed before I start. Fuck. Shit. But yeah, I'm gonna keep going here. Hopefully I can finish that up and then we'll see what we can do later on in the weekend. Apparently, Sleeping Giant wanted to do some... What's it actually called?
It's
that Squig and Crag game, yeah. So I said I'd hop in for that.
I forget what time he's wanting to do it at, but I think he was talking like, I want to say like 5 or 6 might be the starting time.
Yeah. Which that works for me.
I don't know if I'll be able to do that, but I'm gonna try. If I can hop in, I'm definitely gonna try.
Like I'll just try to go hard on deliveries tomorrow, and do a little bit earlier in the day, and then just show up there once I get back.
But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna hop over and do some dailies, and then hop into some Tarkov.
Alrighty.
So, thanks again for the podcast.
Yep, it's been real.
Good luck at the games.
Yep, have a good one. I'll talk to you later.
Have a good one. Peace.
Yeet. Alrighty. Let me deep six the room so I can get my camera back. How do I just... Alright, so if I switch over, I should just be... Aha! It is I! Alright, so he's back. Get rid of these things because none of that's relevant to our area here. Okay. Doing raid. I feel a little bad for that because I probably should have just went draw C, but you know what? No. I just want to do this. I'll try to go out on a win. But I'm not going to be doing it in space. This one's probably not going to go super well. I don't doubt that. Wow, that was really delayed. So what was that? Oh boy. Why do I have a feeling that there's... that. Is that actually another raid too? Yeah.
No, your ally's been knocked out. An ally has destroyed enemy mobile system.
There we go. Ugh.
Your mobile suit is hacked.
That's unfortunate.
The enemy's captured a beacon. Pick where and how you'll sort an
So I think for the
enemy mobile suit. Good luck.
cover for Downtime and Hangar, I can just do the usual setup and then
Whoa, you've entered an enemy jam field. Your ally's been knocked out. An ally has destroyed an enemy mobile suit.
and then maybe just the banner picture.
Your ally's been knocked out.
Fuck.
You've taken some. Whoa, your mobile suit isn't looking.
No. God.
Your mobile suit has had it.
So we're at the 5-minute mark now.
Good luck.
Still got a couple minutes until we actually get our ace.
The enemy's captured a beacon.
No one wants to actually do anything. They're all just waiting for the turnover now.
Whoa, you've entered an enemy jamming.
Ah shit. Ah shit.
Destroyed an enemy mobile suit.
I don't know what the hell I thought I was hitting there.
Your ally's been knocked out. Enemy mobile suit destroyed. This damage shouldn't affect you much. Your ally's been knocked out. You've taken some.
Fuck me, dude.
Oh no! Your mobile suit has had it. Okay.
No, why is it me? Ah, fuck. Well, this is a loss. I'm not gonna fucking win this. Are you shitting me? And they have the advantage here in numbers? Fucking hell.
Your ally's been knocked.
Because these guys are literally just... Yeah, they're both gonna get killed by the ace. Like, they literally weren't gonna let them die to anything else. They just had the spacing for it.
Good luck.
But now they're all running back. So now we gotta chase them, which really sucks. And they're repairing the ace, who's like tucked all the way under the base.
Damn it,
Whoa! like this. And someone else killed it. I got that one now. Fuck.
You've taken some serious damage.
I really need you guys to get that ace. I shouldn't have to attack him for you to do that. Fucking hell. Fucking kill the enemy ace, dude! Oh my god, now he's just gonna wipe out the rest again.
An ally has destroyed an enemy moat. Your ally's been knocked out.
As one tree's in a really bad spot.
Good luck.
And apparently our 5's gone AWOL. Like, I'm not really expecting him to do anything now.
Been knocked out.
'Cause he's just bitching up a storm.
This damage shouldn't affect you much. You've taken some serious damage. Your ally's been knocked out. Oh,
Ah, that sucked.
here are this battle's rewards.
That's partly my fault for not paying attention to the comp. But I also really wasn't expecting to get ace there. Like, what the fuck?
Making preparations for sorting. I'm expecting great things from you. Please make your preparations to sortie.
Let's see. So we do have the Gaz-L, if you really wanted to mess with some of that. Not that it got changed that much, but... So considering that we've been going for like over 5 hours now, I think I'll probably make this one the last one regardless. Win or lose. Just because I gotta try to get up at some sort of decent hour so I can go out and do some stuff tomorrow. Unless I land some donations, just pays for that day. That's something that I was doing before, although it didn't really help too much. But it was like daily donation goals so that I could like essentially skip out a day for deliveries and just focus on other stuff at the house. Oh, you've been working on that sub? Okay.
Feel free to make any final preparations as the team is formed.
Oh lord. 2 eggs? What the fuck? That was fucking weird. So I've been meaning to do more YouTube streams for like in between stuff.
Feel free to make any
To be honest,
preparations as the team
podcast days are usually pretty slow for me anyway. So I figured I would do this on here. I think the other kind of stuff we'd probably do is just like grinding stuff for SRW30, like doing the front missions and stuff like that, or maybe some other stuff for other games that we wanted to do, like New Game Plus related stuff with. That way when we actually do bring it over to Twitch, we'll just be ready. Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to grow on other platforms essentially. But for tomorrow, we'll probably be back on Twitch anyway. Doing the usual. I don't know if we're gonna have practice tomorrow. I feel like we're probably gonna do stuff deeper into the weekend just because it's gonna be a Monday match. Especially since, you know, people were doing like
feel free to make any
Thanksgiving stuff and all that.
as the team is formed.
Throw red chat. It ain't here. I'm not a partner. I can't do that. Yo, we got a Jaeger. Let's go. But if you want to throw unofficial red chat, you can find that Stream Elements donation thing and throw it in there. I would not say no. It's funny to think that what was it, Hololive Indonesia, when they were first doing their stuff before they actually hit partner and stuff, they were doing like Streamlabs donations and had like regular notifications and stuff popping up. I don't know if they really do that anymore. I think Subaru also had some of those. That one really goofy one where it's just like, alright! It's just one bit of art of her. Agent denies this needs to be... It needs to be read. Oh no.
Mobile suit team, sorting.
How dare. You know what would be funny? Is if you could actually make... I'm sure someone's tried it too. Where you make a notification that actually just shows the message in red.
Here we go.
There you go, it's red. See? It's just not in the chat. Yakuza 0 apparently almost cried in the first chapter. Yeah, Yakuza 0 gets pretty heavy actually. I mean, most Yakuza games do. You know, the mismatch in the tone and stuff. Oh, damn. We must defeat Egg! Everybody hates this Egg, dude. Get this Egg out of here. Who brought you here? This is a non-egg party, sir. Oh my god. Just sailed in. That motherfucker was just flying. Like, come on now. Is he gonna try to plant? He might try to plant, actually. Step on French. Ah, get your big dumb body out of the way. Governor Chop. Hey. The way this suit springs up, like, yeah. You done swung to me. Or you. You fuckerino. Stop that. Man. I got too close. I'm too close to the Nero. The sun, as it were. So of course they let that bomb go off though, because that's super early. He shouldn't have done that. Should have just left it alone. Because that barely put us over. So hopefully he actually gets back to fight. Why? Did he just give up? Oh, he got out of his suit, yeah. Shit. There's like 2 of them in a cave, but I'm really hurt. This is exactly why I'm landing up here. Oh boy. I chose him poorly. Oh, I got someone else though. That Zoc is not really that hurt though. That's gotta change. The egg must be cracked. Five's on the field, but he also got his ass knocked all the way over. Basically reenacted a classic Pokemon moment. Alright, he's going after it. He's pretty hurt. That's his ass, Mr. Postman. Looks like Red got his target. Or Rex. Oh god, no, 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 no! No! Not the tackle! Oh, Jesus! Oh, damn. Knocked his ass over.
An ally has destroyed an enemy mobile suit. Your ally's been knocked out.
That's not great. I got the stun on him too. Fucking. No. Ah, fucking A. Oh, 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 oh. It's kind of interesting to see the Jaeger fighting on the outside. Just constantly popping people. Let me in. Let me in. Take the mealies.
Your ally's been knocked out. Enemy mobile suit destroyed. Your ally's been knocked out. Incredible. You're on a roll. An ally has
Ooh.
enemy mobile suit.
Let's get that barf on this dude. Fucking die, my guy. Later. Whee!
Time has run out.
That's more like it.
Yeah, we won.
Damn, I didn't even realize that we had 2 power 3s. Huh. Yeah, Gazam's pretty fun. I don't know how much of a difference the extra ammo and little tweaks they did really made to this.
Here are this battle's rewards.
But some health's better than none, that's for sure. So I can still appreciate it. Yeah, sometimes you can just really get into a good flow with transformables like that. That definitely felt pretty good.
Oh, there you are. I've been waiting here. Take this. That should
Alrighty.
be all you need to know.
Well, that's gonna be all she wrote for today. So like I was saying earlier, we are gonna be going back to Twitch for tomorrow. Gonna be doing the usual GBO2 dailies into some Super Robot Wars 30. If I have some time to do maybe some grinding on Code Fairy, because I still do need to do Volume 2's hard mode, then I'll probably do that on here, just to have it as like a segment. It's also just easier since I don't have to do highlights and all that stuff. It's just here in the actual quality. But that will be what we do, so tune in for that. I'll try to let you guys know if we do anything for the other podcasts in terms of Code Fairy, or if we're going to do holiday ones and stuff like that. It's going to be a little bit touch and go. But until next time, I hope you guys have a good rest of your morning, night, or whatever. And I'll talk to you all later.